consciousness and shot my mates, my life was over. There was nothing worth living for after that. I was just punching out the hours at the factory until the foreman called the whistle on my time. But now, at least I've done something for Sandy, he thought. And regrets? Christ, where would you even start? But right at the top of the list would be not killing the Hassad bastard. He could hear the turning of the key in the lock. Porter's muscles tensed as soon as he heard the mechanism start to move. He could hear the rusty, scratchy bolt being thrown back, and then the door started to open. Porter stood up. A man was walking into the room. He must have weighed at least 300 pounds, but like a sumo wrestler, it was strong, meaty flesh, as much muscle as flab. He was wearing black jeans and a black T-shirt. His face was pudgy and mean, dark-coloured and with tiny eyes and a small nose like a pig's. And in his hand, he was carrying a strip of thick, black hosepipe. Porter instinctively stepped backwards. "Where the hell is Hassad?" he snapped. The man said nothing. "We had a deal," said Porter, the anger evident in every syllable. The man was cradling the hosepipe in the palm of his fist. "I spoke to Hassad, and he told me to meet him here," Porter shouted. "He gave me his word, soldier to soldier. I saved the bastard's life once. Doesn't that mean a sodding thing to you people?" The man took another step forward. His eyes were staring straight into Porter, and there was something about his expression that made Porter nervous. He'd seen it dozens of times before on drunks tooled up and high on the prospect of violence. "Who the fuck are you?" said Porter. "Your worst nightmare," replied the man. He spoke in cold, slow English with a heavy Middle Eastern accent. He cracked the hosepipe. It lashed through the air, smashing into the side of Porter's chest. The plastic snapped into his shirt and then into his skin with the force of a hailstorm of bullets. Porter screamed out in pain, a howl of agony that started somewhere deep inside his lungs and erupted through his mouth with the force of a volcano. As he did so, he was staggering backwards, but his head was cracking against the narrow sloping ceiling. "Get the fuck away from me!" Porter shouted. The hosepipe cracked through the air once again. Instinctively, Porter raised his hands to protect himself, but it was no good. It smashed past his hands and laced itself around his chest, neck, and throat. The force of the impact rocked him back, crashing his head once more against the low ceiling. He could feel his eyes dancing and his brain spinning. The blows were emptying all the air out of his lungs and sending a bolt of pain stabbing through him. Underneath him, Porter could feel his knees buckling. He was reaching out for something to hold on to, but there was nothing there. The whip crashed down once more. Who the fuck?" mumbled Porter, hardly even able to breathe. But the words died on his lips. He had already lost consciousness. Chapter 16. Porter opened first one eye, then the other. He was half awake, half asleep, and in that dreamlike state he could barely remember what had happened to him. His throat was parched dry, and his stomach felt as if it was only slowly recovering from a violent sickness. He could recall the outlines of his mission, arriving in Beirut, travelling halfway across to Lebanon, and then being met by the men who were supposed to take him to meet Hassad. And then he remembered where it had all gone wrong, and suddenly he woke up completely. "Shit," he muttered. He could hear the fear and dread in his own voice. Porter was strapped to a chair, and the chair itself appeared to be nailed into the floor. There were ropes around his chest, his arms, and his legs, making it impossible for him to do more than twitch a few muscles. "They must have come in during the night to strap me up," he told himself grimly, "to make sure that I couldn't cause any trouble when I came round from the beating. But why?" A few pale glimmers of light were sneaking through the tiny window of the cell. It must be morning, Porter told himself, although he had no way of knowing for sure what time it was or even which day. The door started to creak open. Porter followed it with his eyes and found it impossible to suppress a glimmer of hope that it might be Hassad. Disappointment, he knew, was inevitable. As the door swung completely open, the same fat bastard who had whipped him into unconsciousness last night stepped slowly into the room. Same black clothes, same pudgy face, and the same streak of pure violence running through his eyes. Porter looked straight at him, and he could feel every muscle in his body tensing in anger, but he resolved to remain silent. The man took 2 paces forward, so that his imposing bulk was just 5 feet away from the chair to which Porter was strapped. "I haven't killed any Zionist, imperialist scum for more than a week," he said. The words were pronounced in whiny, heavily accented English. "So I think I'm going to enjoy this." It takes character to listen to your own death sentence in silence, thought Porter, but maybe when you don't care anymore, it doesn't feel so bad. "It is 10 o'clock now," the man continued. "The beheading, your beheading, is scheduled for 1 hour. Porter flinched. It was an involuntary, instinctive twitching of the muscles, one that he couldn't control, and he felt instantly ashamed of himself. "Take this like a soldier," he told himself. "It's the last shred of dignity left to you." "Before then, we offer you the chance to make your peace with Allah." "I'll make peace with my own God, thank you," Porter spat contemptuously. The man smiled. "You will die in accordance with the teaching of the Koran," he said. "That is our way, and if you attempt to resist us, you will only make things worse for yourself. You will be led from here and taken to a courtyard where you will be allowed to face Mecca. You will be allowed to kneel, and whether you wear a blindfold or not is up to you." The man's face creased into another pudgy smile. "The blade will be sharp, but of course you are a strong man with a thick neck, and as I am sure you can imagine, it is hard for even the most skillful swordsman to sever a neck in one blow. I have watched several beheadings, and the head nearly always comes away from the neck on the 3rd or 4th strike of the sword." Porter could feel the muscles on his arms straining against the ropes that bound him to the chair. If there was even the remotest possibility of release, he would flatten the bastard in a hailstorm of punches. But there was not so much as a millimetre of leeway in his bindings. The man started to unroll some sheets of paper he was holding in his hand. "The Holy Book says, when a man dies, they who survive him ask what property he has left behind. The angel who bends over the dying man asks what good deed he has sent before him." He paused. "You should take heed of those words." Porter caught his breath inwardly and remained silent. The man folded his arms and began to pray, and as he did so, his voice turned from a whine into a slow, respectful chant. "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, praise be to God, Lord of the universe, the compassionate, the merciful, sovereign of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and to you alone we turn for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those whom you have favoured, not of those who have incurred your wrath, nor of those who have gone astray." Porter could feel a bead of cold sweat running down the back of his spine. "I don't mind dying," he thought bitterly, "but I could do without the bloody RE lesson." The man had briefly closed his eyes at the end of the prayer, in a moment of religious contemplation, but now he opened them again. "I will leave these with you," he said, holding out the few sheets of paper in his hand. "You are an infidel, and maybe you wish to die an infidel. That is your choice, but we are holy men, and we wish you to have the opportunity to come to know the one and true God before you pass from this world to the next." "Maybe I'd rather not die at all," growled Porter. "A soldier always wants to die," said the man. He placed the sheets of paper down on Porter's lap. It took all the self-control Porter could muster to stop himself from spitting on them. Instead, he merely looked up impassively into the man's eyes. "Don't give him the satisfaction of even the smallest victory over you," he told himself. "It will just be one more regret to take with you to your grave." Porter watched as the door clunked shut and listened as the bolt was slotted into place. Even though he was securely bound to the chair with no possibility of freeing himself, they weren't taking any chances on his escape. Porter could feel his heart pounding against his ribcage. His blood was beating furiously, and even though the cell was dark and damp, it was impossible to stop the sweat dripping down his back. Now there can be no doubt, he told himself morosely. Within the hour, I shall be dead. He was afraid. He didn't mind admitting that. When he was a soldier, he knew he might die, but that was in a firefight with a weapon in his hand, when he would at least have had a chance to defend himself. This was different. A cold and premeditated death at the hands of a bunch of religious psychopaths and gangsters. Of all the ways to go, Porter reckoned, being murdered was the worst, for the simple reason that some bastard was getting the better of you. And it made it worse to die without knowing who was killing you, or why they wanted you dead so badly. He peered into the darkness. His arms were still straining against the ropes binding him to the chair, but he knew it was useless. The wrestling with the bindings was just the instinctive, desperate reaction of a condemned man, like a person who has been accidentally buried alive, clawing hopelessly at the lid of her own coffin. Hassad wasn't here, he told himself, or at least, if he was, he had no intention of showing himself. If it had been a trick all along, just to lure me out here to my death, then I don't suppose he's about to change his mind now. But maybe it isn't a trick. Perhaps someone back at the firm betrayed me. Maybe someone who wants Katie Dartmouth to die, perhaps so the government will fall. After all, someone already tried to kill me back in London. Who's to say they aren't trying again out here? And this time, they look like they're making a better job of it. I can wrestle with the riddle, but unless the bastard chooses to tell me in the last seconds before the sword cuts into the back of my neck, I will never know the answer. Porter tried to calm himself. He knew he had to keep himself together if he was to walk out of here and face his execution. Avoiding humiliation was the only shred of control he had left over what remained of his life, and he was determined not to squander that now. For all he knew, the beheading might be broadcast on television or the internet. The minutes were ticking by, although, without a watch, he had no sure way of knowing how much time was left to him. Half an hour, maybe? Could even be less. What's the bloody point of the last hour, he asked himself bitterly. If they were going to kill me, why didn't they just do it in the back of the car last night? Just then, a noise echoed down through the tiny slit window. Gunfire. Porter froze. He felt certain of it. The noise he had just heard was gunfire. He tried to turn round, but it was impossible. The ropes binding him to the chair lashed him in place. All he could rely upon were his ears, and they were telling him the place was under attack. Heavy attack, with RPGs and machine guns. "Move the fuck up against the wall!" Porter sat bolt upright, the ropes cutting into his skin as he did so. It was an English voice. He could have sworn it. It was carried on the breeze and drifted down through the slit window at the back of the cell. It was little more than a murmur by the time it reached Porter's ears. He had to strain his ears to catch it above the din of Arabic and the rattle of gunfire. It was enough to give him hope, however. Maybe the firm were tracking me. Maybe Katie Dartmouth is holed up in one of these cells and they've sent some boys in to break us both out. A condemned man will grab hold of just about any straw, he reminded himself, but it could just be true. He listened harder, aware of the adrenaline surging through him. There was the sound of gunfire and a couple of mighty explosions as RPG rounds smashed into concrete walls. He could hear shouting above the din, all of it in Arabic, and he started to think he'd just imagined the English voice. The battle had been raging for 3 or 4 minutes now and showed no signs of abating. The flow of noise rocked from side to side as the two opposing forces unleashed lethal firepower. Whatever's going on up there, he thought, it's a hell of a firefight. The bolt. Porter's eyes shot to the door. He could hear the bolt being slammed back, then the key turning in the lock. Who is it now? He asked himself. As the door opened, Porter briefly hoped it might be a regiment guy, dressed in the olive-grey uniform he'd once been so proud to wear himself. If the firm was breaking them out, there was only one unit of soldiers who would get the job. But the figure who stepped through the door was dressed in a long black robe and had dark skin and a thick black beard. He was at least 6 feet tall, with thick, muscled forearms. "I hope you have read those verses," he said, leaving the door open to the corridor behind him, "because within a few seconds you will have to explain yourself to Allah." In his right hand he was holding a long, curved, stainless steel sword. From one end to the other it must have measured 5 feet, Porter reckoned, and with its finely chiselled brass handle it couldn't have weighed less than 50 pounds. It might be a medieval piece of technology, but that didn't mean it wasn't one of the most deadly weapons ever created. In the right hands it could do as much damage as a tank. And the thick, stout hands of the man who had just walked into the room looked as if they knew exactly what to do with it. Porter could feel his neck numbing with fear. "I thought you were taking me to the courtyard," he said. Up above, he could still hear the sound of gunfire. They're under attack, Porter thought, and they want to finish me off while they still can. "You are facing Mecca," said the swordsman. "This is as good a place to die as any." He was standing behind Porter now, so close that he could smell the man's warm, stale breath. Porter's hands started shaking slightly as the executioner drew even closer. He put his sword against the chair, and Porter could feel the cold steel of the weapon touching his skin. Drawing a black cloth from his pocket, he placed his warm hand across Porter's face, as if to close his eyes, then tied the blindfold into position. As he did so, Porter was plunged into darkness, and a sense of terror started to overcome him. "Get ready for it," thought Porter bitterly. "It is dark all the time where you're going, mate." He could hear the executioner picking up the sword. Then he felt a slight stab in the neck, where the swordsman had nicked his skin, drawing a few drops of blood. It was a technique Arab executioners had developed over the centuries to prime their victims for the blow that would kill them. A small nick numbed and stiffened the neck, making it easier for the blade to sever the neck. And then he could hear the slight movement of the sword through the air. Porter closed his eyes tight, even though he could see nothing through the blindfold. His knuckles were white and shaking, and he felt as if he was about to vomit. "So, this is it," he thought grimly. "First, your tooth," said the executioner. Porter was confused. What could he possibly mean? He felt the man's hand grabbing his neck. With his fingers, he prized Porter's jaw apart and slammed something inside, some kind of metal, Porter judged, maybe a wrench. He reeled back in pain and tried to shake his jaw away, but the man was too strong for him. The wrench was smashing down into his lower left jaw. Just then, he heard a terrifying crash behind him. It was as if a wall had fallen down. The noise was so loud that it echoed viciously around the tiny dank cell. It burst onto Porter's eardrums, exploding within his brain. Then there was a shot, and another. The rattle of gunfire and the smell of smoke filled the room. He could hear one body falling to the floor, maybe two. In the confusion and in the darkness behind the blindfold, it was impossible to tell. "Who's there?" he shouted. Nothing. Silence. "Who the fuck is it?" Porter could feel a blade against his skin. It was small, but still sharp, and he could feel a hand next to it. There was a sharp sound, then a tug as the blade cut through the ropes that were binding him to the chair. First the ropes around his hands were severed, then his legs, and finally the bindings around his chest. For a moment, Porter just sat there immobilized. Fear and shock had frozen him. Then up above, he could hear the dull rattle of gunfire cranking up again. Whatever kind of danger he was in, it was far from over. He stood unsteadily to his feet, taking a second to restore his sense of balance. Reaching behind his neck, he grabbed the blindfold and ripped it free from his face. He blinked once, then twice, taking time to adjust to the dim, fading light of the cell. The wall that led up and out towards the courtyard had been smashed down by a big Mercedes Unimog truck. There was dust and rubble everywhere, where the huge front end of the vehicle had punched a hole straight through the bricks. Porter glanced across to the man standing before him, the man who had just rescued him. Many years had passed since he had last laid eyes on him. He had grown older, turned from a boy into a man, and the years had hardened as well as aged him. But there was no mistaking the face. It was burned into Porter's memory, the way a branding iron is burned into the flesh of a bull. Hassad.
This ends Disc 5 of Strike Back. Strike Back, Disc 6.
Chapter 17. Hassad grabbed hold of Porter by the shoulder. "We haven't much time," he hissed. "Let's get the fuck out of here." Porter's eyes were still blinking. Dust and debris were filling the room, and the massive engine on the Unimog was still roaring. Porter's legs were weak, and his head was still spinning. He'd kicked back the chair and glanced only briefly at the executioner. The man was lying flat on the floor, with his sword at his side. His body punctured by 3 precisely aimed bullets that had smashed through his chest and into his heart. "Just move!" snapped Hassad, louder this time. Hassad was already getting into the driver's seat. Porter rushed round the side and climbed into the cabin. He could feel some blood trickling along his gums where the executioner had tried to wrench out one of his teeth, and he had a dozen different cuts and bruises, but otherwise he was in okay shape. "Let's go," he muttered. Hassad hit the reverse gear on the Unimog into position, then tapped his foot on the accelerator. A big piece of machinery, built mainly for farmers, the Unimog was like a cross between a pickup truck and a tractor. It had big tyres, 4-wheel drive, and an engine powerful enough to kick down a building when it needed to. It started to edge into reverse. The route it had taken had smashed its way from the courtyard into the room where Porter had been held prisoner, and now it was taking the same route back again. The vehicle shook and shuddered as its tyres crunched backwards over the rubble, but it held steady. As Hassad flung the steering wheel to the right, turning it swiftly round, Porter looked over to the courtyard. Outside the building, a Honda CR-V had been turned on its side and was being used as a makeshift wall by 4 men. By the way they greeted him, Porter guessed they were Hassad's blokes. They were staying close to the underside of the car. All of them were dressed in black and had neatly trimmed beards and moustaches and close-cropped hair. 2 of them had dark glasses pulled down over their eyes. All 4 had AK-47s gripped tight to their chests, as well as hand pistols and big, lethal hunting knives strapped into their belts. Porter didn't have much idea what they did to the enemy, but they certainly frightened him. The firefight looked to have subsided. "Is it safe to leave?" Porter asked. Hassad barked a few words in Arabic to one of the men behind the Honda, waited for the reply, then looked back at Porter. "They're all dead," he said. "We can move out." He gestured to the 4 men, and one by one they climbed onto the back of the Unimog. "How many were there?" Porter asked. 10, said Hassad. "Tough men as well. We lost men trying to rescue you." "Who the fuck were they?" "You don't know?" Porter shook his head. Hassad just shrugged. "If you don't know, then nobody does." Porter nodded. "Thanks for getting me out," he said tersely. "I invited you out here," said Hassad. "That makes you my guest." The Unimog started to roll again. The courtyard was surrounded by a series of farm buildings and barns, as well as the main building where Porter had been kept since last night. Beyond it, at the bottom of the hillside, there was a road leading away from the site. All around him, Porter could see the debris of the battle and feel the smell of death in the air. Next to a wall he could see 2 corpses, and even though both men were covered in dust and blood, Porter could see one of them was white. "Stop a minute," snapped Porter. "We need to leave," said Hassad. "There could be more of them." I need to look at these guys. He jumped down from the cabin, kneeling down next to the dead body. The guy had taken about 24 hits, and even though the first 2 or 3 had probably killed him, the bullets had smashed up his face, turning his skull into paste and smearing blood over every surface. One eyeball had been blown out, and the other was still bleeding. Even for a corpse, he looked in pretty rough shape. From what Porter could see of him, he was almost 40, with dark brown hair and tanned, grooved skin. He was wearing an olive-green military uniform, the kind you might pick up in an army surplus store. Porter couldn't see any sign of a flag or insignia. "Who the hell is he?" said Porter, glancing back up at Hassad. Hassad just shrugged. Porter didn't get the impression he was very interested in corpses. Maybe he'd seen too many of them. "What the hell is a white man doing out here, taking British guys hostage?" growled Porter. He started rifling through his pockets. In one he found 30 Lebanese pounds, along with some loose change. In another he found a picture of a woman, dark-haired, with freckled, pale skin, pretty but slightly overweight, probably in her late 20s. Other than that, there was nothing that might identify who he was or who he was fighting for. No passport, no credit card, no dog tag. The unknown soldier, thought Porter. And you're welcome to an unmarked grave, mate. You sodding deserve it. "They must have some kit somewhere," said Porter, looking around. Hassad grabbed him by the arm. He gestured to the hillside. Now that they were on the other side of the wall, Porter could see the scrubland sloping away to a dusty track. "We've got to move," he hissed. "I need to find out who these bastards were," snapped Porter. "We haven't any time," said Hassad. "There may be more of them here any minute. There are only a few of us left alive." "I need to find out why they bloody took me," said Porter. "It might be important." Another of Hassad's men was already walking towards them. He was carrying a wounded man who was hobbling, resting on his mate's shoulder. Hassad flashed him a smile. As he did so, the deformity of his mouth was cruelly apparent. The smile twisted his mouth into a hideous mangled shape that gave no hint of pleasure or humour. "Welcome back to the Middle East, Mr. Porter," he said. "Nothing out here is ever what it seems. But, I told you, nothing out here is what it seems." Porter had already noticed the AK-47 slung around Hassad's shoulders was suddenly cocked. His finger was on the trigger, and there was no mistaking the casual way its black metal barrel was pointing straight at Porter's chest. A mistake? Not likely, thought Porter. "Take your clothes off," Hassad snapped. "What?" "I said take your clothes off. We need to make sure you are clean." As he finished the sentence, he barked something in Arabic to one of his men. The guy came back from the Unimog with a pair of black jeans, a sweatshirt and some trainers, and a can of petrol. Porter realised what they were doing. He'd have done the same in their position. They wanted to make sure he didn't have any bugs on him before they took him back to their base. He ripped the clothes off himself, tossing them on the dusty ground. While he was pulling on the fresh jeans, the soldier had already soaked Porter's clothes with petrol and set fire to them. "Okay," said Hassad. "Now we can get out of here." Chapter 18. The drive took 2 hours, but it seemed like much longer. The Unimog was at least 5 or 6 years old, Porter reckoned, and its suspension had taken a hammering from the rough dirt tracks it had spent its life driving along. There were 6 of them in total. Hassad, the 4 men who had survived the firefight, plus Porter. Hassad sat in the front, along with the driver, while Porter was squeezed into the back with the other blokes. The wounded man was brave enough, but every jolt and bump in the road was tearing up the wound in his chest, and he was moaning with pain through most of the trip. Where they were going, Porter had no idea, and he judged it better not to ask. He reckoned they were travelling somewhere through the Lebanese and Syrian borderlands, but the driver was keeping to the dirt track, steering away from anything that looked like a main road, so Porter never got a chance to look at a road sign that might help him establish his bearings. From time to time he could see the lights of a small village, but even if the track they were on went through it, the driver veered off and pushed the vehicle cross-country until they could connect with the track on the other side of the village. Whether he was doing it because they didn't want to be seen, or because they didn't want Porter to see where he was going, he couldn't tell. A bit of both, maybe, he decided. After driving for an hour, they put a blindfold on him, so after that, Porter had even less idea where they were going. Porter had tried to talk to Hassad when the Unimog had pulled away from its hiding place, but he told him to be quiet. His men had to rest. He handed around some pita breads, spread with some kind of chickpea mixture, and they all swigged on the same bottle of water. He was grateful for the food, even though it didn't taste of much. Then the other blokes in the back went to sleep. As the vehicle powered forward, Porter couldn't get any rest. He was trying to think, to straighten out in his own mind what had just happened, and what he needed to do next. He had no idea who had captured him, or why they wanted him dead. If it wasn't Hassad, then someone must have leaked where he was, and what mission he was on, and that could only be someone back at the firm. By the time the Unimog came to a halt, even Porter was fighting off sleep, struggling to keep himself alert. He judged that it must be 9 or 10 at night, only 23 hours or so until the deadline set for Katie Dartmouth's execution. And probably my own as well, he reflected. To Porter, their destination looked like a disused mine. The Mercedes had turned off the track and down a steep, rough slope that led inside a massive crater. There was a roadblock across the track leading into it, manned by 3 armed men, and even though they knew Hassad, they still checked the vehicle before letting it pass. Taking their security seriously, Porter noted. This place is hard enough to get into. It'll be even harder to get out again. Around him, he could see some tall cranes, and a long conveyor belt led along the length of the crater towards an old, abandoned processing plant. A metal mine, thought Porter, maybe copper or zinc. The crater must have measured 200 yards by 100. Perhaps they started with an open cast mine and then went underground, because there were doorways dotted around the crater that looked as if they led down into mine shafts. A perfect place to keep a hostage. Discreet, easy to defend, and virtually impossible to escape from. Even if I did manage to get Katie loose, how would I ever get her out of here? "Wait here," said Hassad, as they all climbed out of the Unimog. Porter stood for a moment next to the vehicle. The wounded man was already been taken towards one of the mine shafts, but the other men stayed behind next to Porter, all of them cradling their AK-47s in their chests. Porter was sure he could smell some wild flowers in the night air, and there was a musty, metallic aroma that came from the piles of broken ore scattered around the crater. Copper, Porter reckoned. He'd had a mate who'd been a plumber once, and whenever you met the bloke for a drink, he always had the same smell of burnt copper clinging to his skin after a day's work. Hassad had returned to the vehicle and was looking straight at Porter. "Are you here to kill us?" Porter didn't so much as blink. "We just want a discussion." "Then come," he said. "We'll talk inside." Porter followed him across the crater. It was a walk of about 30 metres to the mine shaft, and they completed it in silence. As he walked, Porter was trying to make a mental recce of the layout of the place. Alongside the Mercedes, there were 2 other vehicles, a small Skoda Felicia and a big Honda CR-V that had a couple of dents in its side. Close by, he saw a small, diesel-powered electricity generator that was obviously powering the place. He'd already seen a few men go in and out of the mine shaft, so he calculated there must be a whole platoon of Hezbollah fighters here. How many? I'm probably about to find out. Hassad pushed open the doorway. The entrance to the mine opened up into a small, low room with a single electric lamp at one side. The walls were composed of a sandy, stained rock, cut into deep grooves where the mine shaft had been sunk. Directly in front of them was a metal cage lift. Hassad slung the wire door open and instructed Porter to step inside before he followed and pulled the lever. The lift started to drop. Porter judged they descended at least 25 or 30 metres into the ground before the lift came to a juddering halt. As Porter stepped out, he could see a corridor leading into the interior of the abandoned quarry. Single-bulb electric lights were slung up on the low ceiling every 20 metres, but they did no more than cast a pale, murky light through the space. Hassad unhooked a gas lamp from the wall, turned up its light, and then started to descend a rickety flight of wooden steps. Porter counted 30 steps down, twisting through a narrow channel carved into the rock. Glimpses of the copper could just about be seen in the walls. At the bottom, the space widened out into a cave, with 6 different tunnels leading off in different directions. In the centre, there was some broken and rusty machinery that must once have been used to cut out the ore and lift it up to the surface. But from the state of it, Porter guessed it must have been years since the mine was worked. Some water was dripping through the roof. Hassad took the first tunnel, a sharp left from the bottom of the staircase. The passageway was narrow, no more than 4 feet across and only 6 feet high. It had been carved out of the rock to ferry the miners deep into the ground, and there was no room for more than one man to pass at the same time. One bloke with an assault rifle could hold this place against an army of men, Porter reflected grimly. They had chosen it with care. Even if the British did find out where Katie Dartmouth was being held, they could send in a whole battalion and still not have much of a chance of getting her out. Not alive, anyway. Hassad led him into a small room. It measured 10 feet by 6. There was a straw bed in one corner, and some coffee was brewing on a stove made from hot bricks. There was a sweet, sticky smell to the air that Porter found nauseating. In one corner there was a lamp, but there was a cloth thrown across it, as if Hassad didn't like the light too much. He poured some coffee into 2 small white cups and handed one to Porter. "So, now we can talk," he said flatly. Porter took a hit of the coffee. It was thick and black, with a sludge of grounds at the bottom. He could feel it hitting his veins, washing aside some of the exhaustion that had afflicted him since he'd touched down in this country. He had thought about this moment for the last few days, but now it was here. He realized you couldn't plan a deal like this one. Sometimes a man had to be guided by his wits and his instincts alone. If they weren't good enough to get him through, then it was no use imagining anything else would. "You know who they were, don't you?" "Who?" said Hassad. "The bastards who took me." Hassad drained the last of his coffee and grabbed a handful of cashew nuts from a bowl next to the coffee pot. In the semi-darkness of the room, you could hardly see the deformity around his mouth. You could see the tiredness, however. This was a man who spent his life living underground and only emerged blinking into the daylight for the occasional fierce firefight. "I went to the cafe to find you," said Hassad. "It was as I had arranged it. When I arrived, you weren't there. But I spoke to the barman, and he said that you had been led away by 2 men. They had the password." "Then you were betrayed," said Hassad. "The British can't be trusted." "That won't come as news to anyone down here." "Who says it wasn't one of your people who betrayed me?" said Porter. "There could be plenty of people who didn't want me to come here." "Everyone here is loyal to me, and loyal to the cause," said Hassad. "There are no traitors within Hezbollah." A thin smile twisted up his deformed mouth. "Betrayal is a British speciality." "The bastards who took me look like Arabs to me." "They are. But they work for a company called Connaught Security Services," said Hassad. There was no emotion in his voice. Porter realized he was in the company of a soldier, a man who killed people when he had to, but who always respected his enemy. "It's a British private security firm with offices throughout the Middle East. They are in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and out here as well. They work for whoever pays them. Mining companies, oil companies, airlines, and the British government as well, when it suits them." "Why the hell did they take me?" Porter asked himself. "Who were they working for?" "We have contacts inside their organization, which was how we found out that they had taken you." "And where," said Hassad. "Once we knew that, we had no choice but to come and get you. 3 of my men died, however." He looked sternly at Porter. "Your life doesn't come cheap, Mr. Porter. Now it is time to tell me why you are here." "To bring Katie Dartmouth home," said Porter. Hassad listened to the statement without a flicker of reaction. "You have details, I suppose, of your government's willingness to bring its troops home from Iraq?" he said flatly. "We have already said the woman will be released so long as this one simple condition is met." Porter took a step forward. "Is she here?" Hassad nodded. "I want to see her." There was a flicker of doubt across Hassad's face, but then the twisted mouth turned up into a smile. "Of course," he replied. He started to walk from the room. Porter followed him, out into the corridor and back along to the main meeting point at the bottom of the staircase. Hassad took another tunnel. It stretched for 30 metres, although Porter quickly realised the lamp wasn't powerful enough to illuminate it to the end. They had walked for 10 metres along its length when Hassad suddenly stopped. Right in front of him there was a solid steel door built into the side of the rock. 2 men were standing outside, both of them dressed in black and with AK-47s strapped to their chests. Hassad nodded to them, and they nodded back, but neither of them spoke. Hassad pushed the door open, then stepped inside. "This way," he said, glancing back. Porter started to follow. The pictures of Katie Dartmouth broadcast over the internet and TV in the days after her captivity had been burned into his memory. But this was different. This was real life. Hassad extinguished the gas lamp. An electric line had been fed down here from the generator above, and there were 2 lamps illuminating the room, making it far brighter than anywhere else in the mine. The room was a decent size, significantly larger than Hassad's own room, or any of the other spaces Porter had seen cut into the rock. It was at least 15 feet deep and 20 wide. The walls were squarer than they were elsewhere, and the room felt dry. There was none of the metallic dampness that filled the rest of the mine. There was a smell of sweat and excrement, like walking past an open sewer. In one corner, there was a webcam fixed to a wooden tripod. Hassad switched it off as soon as they stepped inside. But although the room was probably better than he expected, Katie Dartmouth herself looked far worse. As Porter looked at her, he could feel his heart sinking within his chest. What kind of barbarians could do this to an innocent woman? What kind of political point could possibly be worth this kind of suffering? How low into the pits of cruelty can a man sink that he would make another human being endure this amount of humiliation and pain? He could feel the anger flowing through his veins. If you didn't deserve to die for what you did to me 16 years ago, then you've certainly put the ink on your own death warrant with what you are doing right here and right now. No man capable of inflicting that kind of misery can complain about the grisly death that justly awaits him. Katie was tied to a stake, exactly as she had been depicted on television, though at least the gag had been removed. It was a thick wooden pole, stripped of its bark and dug deep into the ground. Her hands were strapped behind her back, held in place with thick leather bindings, and her feet and her chest were lashed to the stake as well. It was impossible for her to move a muscle from her neck downwards. She was wearing the clothes she had been captured in, but by now they were stained and filthy. Her blouse was ripped, and there was a gash running down the side of her blue jeans. No one had unstrapped her to allow her to go to the toilet, so it was obvious she had no choice but to soil herself where she was. A vile stench was rising up from her stake, and around her feet it was possible to see small piles of human waste. It was her face that looked the worst, though. Her eyes were bloodshot and wasted, with a dark, hollow look to them, and the skin across her face was already dry, stretched and caked with sweat, dirt, and blood. There was a cut across one cheekbone, which had dried into an ugly scar, but with some blood still seeping from the wound. And her hair was matted, thick with sweat, and was starting to form itself into ugly clumps that would soon fall clean away from her head. The pretty young television star, who was filling 1,000 newspaper front pages back in Britain, was long gone. Instead, her place was taken by a haggard, beaten person who was already closer to a corpse than a woman. How long exactly she had been tied to this stake, it was impossible for Porter to tell. Probably since they took the poor girl late on Sunday night. That made 5 continuous nights now. It would be virtually impossible for her to get any sleep, nor did it look as if they had been feeding her. There was a jug of water on the table next to her, but there was no way she could reach it with her arms bound behind her back. The closer you looked at her, Porter realized, the more of a miracle it was that she had survived this long. Another day, and the bastards probably wouldn't need to chop her head off. She'd be dead already. They might not have tortured her, not yet anyway, Porter told himself, but that made no difference. They were treating her worse than any animal. Her eyes rolled towards his, the eyeballs moving slowly in their sockets. Porter had seen eyes like that before. There were plenty of junkies out on the streets, and they all had dilated pupils and eyeballs they were incapable of moving properly. It was one of the ways of spotting them, and Porter was always quick to steer clear of the crackheads sleeping rough on the streets. They were violent and dangerous, and usually so out of their heads they would attack you for no reason. Her eyes were exactly the same. Slow, empty, full of pain, and devoid of any hope. But it wasn't any kind of drug that had made her like that. It was the bastard standing right next to him. Porter clenched his fists. It would take a man of iron self-discipline not to land a punch on Hassad's face right now, and he had never been a man who had counted self-control among whatever qualities he might possess. It was clear Katie Dartmouth was finding it hard to focus. Her mouth was immobile, and her face was too caked in blood and sweat for any sort of expression to be read into it, but you could see from her eyes she was confused and terrified. The last few days had taught her to greet every new moment with dread and loathing, and this one was no different. She was looking at Porter, struggling to focus, and yet as she did so, she seemed to flinch. Are you? She was struggling to speak, but it sounded more like the strangled cry of a dying animal than any noise a human might make. Again, Porter could feel a wave of anger welling up inside him. Her lips were so dry and her throat so weak that it was clearly painful for her even to finish the sentence. You, she started again, this time trying to move her head upwards slightly so that she could see him properly. I'm English, yes, said Porter, looking straight at her. For the first time it was possible to see something other than despair in her eyes. Not hope, exactly, Porter realized. That would be putting it too strongly. But there was some strength there that he hadn't seen when he first walked in, a sign that she might be able to struggle through the next few hours at least. Who? Suddenly, she started to cough violently. Her whole body had become badly dehydrated over the last few days, and as she started to speak, her throat seized up. Porter could see the shame and humiliation in her eyes as the saliva started to dribble down the front of her mouth. Without being able to lift either of her hands, there was nothing she could do to stop it. "Who are you?" she said finally, when she managed to bring the coughing under control. "I'm the best news you've had since you got here," said Porter. It looked as if she was attempting a smile, but her face was too weak for the muscles to respond. I... The coughing started up again, a vicious, hacking sound that appeared to throttle her, and caused teardrops to start forming around her strained and tired eyes. "Give us some bloody water!" snapped Porter. Hassad remained immobile, neither saying nor doing anything. "Fuck it, man! She'll be bloody dead by tomorrow morning," growled Porter. He walked over to the jug of water, picked it up and poured some into the tin cup next to it. Then he stood next to Katie, holding the back of her head in his hand. The stench was vile, worse than anything he had ever experienced, even while he was sleeping rough. Anyone who has ever been homeless has developed a strong stomach, but Porter was struggling to keep himself from vomiting. He pushed the cup up to her lips, holding her head in position to give her any chance of drinking it. Her throat was so dry that at first the water just washed over her lips, the way a heavy rainfall will wash over the land, but eventually she was able to swallow some of the water, gulping it down greedily. When the cup was empty, Porter turned round to refill it from the jug, but Hassad was now holding it. "Here, let me," he said contemptuously. He filled the tin cup and held it up to Katie's mouth. The first hit of water had started to strengthen her, and she was better able to drink this time. As soon as the cup was at her mouth, she drank down its entire contents in 2 swift gulps, with hardly a single drop spilling out over her face. "We need to get you looking alive for the camera," said Hassad. "That way it will be all the more shocking when your head is severed from these shoulders for all the viewers watching back home." "You can't execute her," snapped Porter. "I can. And I will," said Hassad. "Who sent you?" said Katie, her eyes darting nervously from Porter to Hassad. "Nobody sent me," said Porter. "I came of my own accord." "For—" She started to cough again, and it took her nearly a minute to bring it under control. "For what?" "I might be able to get you out of here." Her head moved slightly from side to side. It was no more than a flick of the neck, and maybe she was just trying to stretch the few muscles she had been left in control of. But Porter could see something else in her expression. She didn't believe him. Even worse, she didn't want to believe him. He'd seen the same looks sometimes in the faces of guys dossing down in the street. They'd given up all hope. They no longer reckoned they could do anything for themselves, nor would anyone else be able to rescue them. They were just waiting to die, and the sooner their lives ended, the better. "Just wait and see," muttered Porter, as Hassad took hold of his shoulders and guided him back towards the door. But she had already closed her eyes. Hassad looked back at her. "One more night of suffering, and then your ordeal will be over," he said softly. "I'll get you away from these bastards," Porter said to himself, "or I'll sure as hell die trying." Chapter 19. Porter walked alongside Hassad through the narrow, dank corridor. He knew the memory of what he'd just seen would remain with him for the rest of his life, all 20 hours of it. The woman tied to that stake was nothing like the young, tough, resourceful woman who was being talked about every night on the television back at home. She had been boiled down to nothing more than a skeleton with some skin and veins wrapped around it. The bastards had only had her for 5 days, and they'd already drained every ounce of spirit and resistance out of her. Porter knew he had to stay calm. Inside he was raging, but he knew he had to conceal that from Hassad. To show even the slightest trace of emotion would be a mistake. He had to make Hassad believe that he was here as a negotiator. He had to convince the man there was something he could do for him, some deal he could offer that would persuade him to at least postpone the execution for a few days. If nothing else, maybe he could get them to cut her down from that stake and let her get a few hours' rest. But what? They had discussed it back at the firm, and apart from releasing the prisoner in Guantanamo Bay, nothing they had suggested sounded very convincing. Sometime in the next few hours, he realized, he would have to make the toughest call of his life so far. Shall I try and negotiate? Or should I just concentrate on breaking Katie out with my bare hands? But what the hell can I do? Just one man against maybe dozens of them. It was just a short walk back to the main junction where the staircase down from the lift shaft ended. Hezbollah had obviously chosen this part of the mine as their main base. How far the mine extended, there was no way of telling for sure. From the surface, it looked like it had once been a pretty big operation, so it could go on for miles and miles. Even if only a tiny fraction of it was occupied, Hassad and his men would know the entire layout and would almost certainly have booby-trapped the rest of the place to deal with any potential intruders. Even if, by some miracle, I knew exactly where we were, and I managed to transmit the location back to London, the regiment would find this place tough to break into. Porter was surveying the territory as he walked, making sure he knew every inch of the ground and committed every face to his memory. The same 2 guards had still been standing mute outside Katie's door, but he reckoned there must be a shift change, probably 3 times a day. In any well-organised army, 8 hours was the maximum sentry duty you could expect a man to perform before he started getting tired and careless, and Hassad's mob looked pretty professional to Porter. He made a mental note to see if he could figure out the time of the shift change. There might be a few seconds in which there was a chance to sneak into Katie's room unnoticed. As they walked into the main meeting point of the tunnels, Porter took note of another pair of heavily armed men standing guard at the bottom of the staircase. In total, Porter reckoned he had seen between 15 and 20 different guys since they had arrived here, including the blokes they'd driven with in the Mercedes. As a rough rule of thumb, he calculated there could well be double that. Some men would be sleeping, some would just be in different parts of the mine, some would be up on guard duty, above ground. That meant there could be anything up to 40 Hezbollah fighters down here. 40 to 1, thought Porter grimly. That's just suicide. Hassad steered him towards the third tunnel, leading away from the main meeting place. Like the corridor in which Katie was incarcerated, it stretched back about 30 yards. Except at the end, this one dropped into what looked like a deep crevice the mining company must have cut into the rock. This must be where some of the men kipped down, Porter reckoned. There were a few small rooms leading off the corridor, each one with 3 or 4 straw beds on the damp ground. Electric lamps illuminated part of the way, but some of them had been turned off, probably to save power. He saw a few men sitting around in each room. Some of them were cleaning their guns or repacking their ammunition in their belts. 1 or 2 were reading or writing letters. The rest were just staring into space. Same as soldiers anywhere, thought Porter. They were trying to get as much rest as they could before the next firestorm kicked off. "This will be your room," said Hassad. "So long as you are our guest, then you can stay here." How long are they expecting me to stay here? Porter wondered. Their plan is to kill Katie tomorrow evening. Maybe I'm the next hostage after they've finished with her. He pushed open the door. It was no more than a cave, a space where the miners had blasted into the rock years ago. It was 4 meters deep and about 3 meters wide. Hassad knelt down to switch on an electric lamp, which filled the space with a pale, golden light. There was a straw bed and a bucket in the corner with some water in it. From the smell of the place, some men had been kipping down here pretty recently, but they seemed to have cleared out. "Wash," said Hassad. "We will eat in 20 minutes, and then we will get some rest." He smiled to himself. Tomorrow, after all, is a pretty big day for us. Porter turned to face him. The last time they had been this close was 17 years ago, when he had been about to plunge a knife into the man's neck. "Let me take her place," he said. Hassad shook his head. "You need blood. Then take mine," growled Porter. "If you let her go, then I'll happily replace her." Again, Hassad shook his head. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes, not even a trace of interest. "We need headlines," he said flatly. "It's the only weapon your leaders understand. Certainly the only weapon with which we can match them blow for blow. And I'm afraid your face isn't pretty enough to make the same kind of impact on the television screens." "Then think of the headlines if you release her," snapped Porter. "You'll get massive sympathy right throughout the country, and you still have a hostage you can behead if the government doesn't give in to your demands." Hassad paused. In his eyes, Porter reckoned he could see a flicker of interest. His twisted mouth was set in a look of concentration, and Porter knew he had to press home whatever advantage he might briefly have. "Just think about it," he said. "You'd have released Katie, and that would get you a lot of support. I'd be a hero for getting her out of this hellhole, and now it would be my life on the line. The pressure to save me from execution would be intense. You'd be closer to your goal than you can ever imagine." Porter was watching Hassad's eyes, and he could see the proposal dying, even as he spoke. The man was losing interest, turning away. "Interesting," he said finally, "but not possible." "Why the hell not?" said Porter. He grabbed hold of the fabric of Hassad's T-shirt, but immediately regretted doing so. "Don't show too much emotion," he told himself. "Don't let the bastards get to you. Just get closer and closer to them until you can start to win them over." Hassad touched the side of the hand that was holding onto his T-shirt disdainfully, and Porter instantly withdrew it. "Because it would show weakness," he said. "You've been a soldier yourself, so you surely know that to show the slightest flexibility, to admit even the possibility of doubt, would be a mistake. We are the underdog, remember, and we have to be harder and, if necessary, crueler than our enemy if we are to get anywhere." Porter was about to reply, but Hassad was already leaving. "One of our men will collect you shortly," he said. The door shut behind him, and Porter was confined and alone. He noticed at once that the door wasn't locked. It was just a relatively flimsy piece of wood wedged into a frame that had been built into the rock. It didn't have a lock, not even a bolt. Even if it did, one strong heave from the shoulder would probably take the whole thing down. Porter tapped against it twice. Chipboard, he decided. Cheap and weak. If I wanted to, I could walk straight down this corridor and find my way out of this place. Except I'm not going to. They haven't locked me up because they know I'm not going anywhere, not without Katie Dartmouth anyway. He walked across to the metal bucket in the corner. The smell of the room wasn't too bad. You could tell blokes had been kipping down on the straw, and certainly nobody had been in to change it. But when you've been sleeping rough for a few years, you got used to far worse. The air was bad, however. There wasn't any proper ventilation down here, and what oxygen managed to filter its way into the mine was already stale and old. You could taste the bodies it had already passed through with every breath you took, and it made Porter feel more unclean than he had at any point in his life. Dipping his hands into the water, he scooped up the cold water and splashed it across his face and his hair. It was the same way he'd washed when he was living on the street. At least I'm used to it, he reflected bitterly. There was no mirror in the room, and no shaving kit either. Porter hadn't shaved since he'd left his room in the firm, and that was getting on for 48 hours ago now. A beard was growing on his face. He'd always been a man who could put on a beard in a few days if he stopped shaving, and living rough, he'd often had one when he hadn't been able to get to a proper bathroom. Out here, it might even be an advantage, he decided. If by some miracle I escape, then it will help me blend in among the local Arabs. Porter paced around the room, once, then twice. Even though he didn't know exactly what time it was, he thought it was late on Friday night. The execution was scheduled for 8 tomorrow night. That meant if he didn't make any progress with Hassad and the rest of the raghead bastards tonight, he wasn't likely to get a second chance. Tomorrow, they'd all be sharpening their swords, ready for their big moment on TV. He reckoned that for all their talk, and for all Peregrine Collinson's talk in particular, the firm hadn't made any progress in the last 48 hours. Katie was right here, and it was as clear as hell that the boys back in London didn't have the faintest clue where here was. If they had, they'd be raiding the place, tonight. They wouldn't leave it until the last minute. Too risky. Porter paused for a second. He splashed some more water on his face, trying to clean the dirt that had clung to him from the cell and the firefight. There were a couple of small scabs from the cuts he'd picked up, but they flaked away easily enough. It was nothing too serious. If they do know where she is, then they might come tonight. If the regiment have discovered this mine, they'll send in a unit, probably around 3 or 4 in the morning. Even with regular shift changes, the guards were always a lot sleepier around then, and that pushed the odds up in your favour. They'd probably sneak in a few men first and try and cut a few throats quietly before they set off the big fireworks. I need to be watching out for that in the next few hours. I might be in the middle of making my own move when suddenly a couple of dozen regiment guys start rampaging through the place. Dressed the way I am, the bastards will probably shoot me on sight. I'll be just one more incident of friendly fire. There was a knock on the door. Porter spun round. There was a boy standing in the corridor. He couldn't have been more than 13 or 14, Porter reckoned. His short hair was jet black, and his brown eyes shallow and dark, but there was nothing nervous or immature about the way he held himself. He stood up straight and tall, and carried himself with confidence. "You remind me of someone," thought Porter. "Someone from years ago." Of course, he told himself. The kid looked just like Hassad did the night I should have killed him all those years ago. A nephew, maybe, or even a son. Christ. It looks like kidnapping, terrorism, and torture is a sodding family business down here. Come, he said. We eat now. Porter followed him down the corridor. The men had emptied out of the rooms, but he noticed there were still 3 guys with guns strapped to their chests, standing where the corridor hit the main meeting point. They don't trust me that much, thought Porter. If I'd tried to walk out of here, those men would have stopped me. The boy pointed left. In his head, Porter was starting to get a rough layout of the mine. The staircase brought you down to the meeting point. In one direction, they had the cells where Katie and maybe a few other unfortunate souls were locked up. In another, there were the few rooms he'd seen earlier, where the men kipped down. Next to that, there were a couple of cells with open bars. Inside one, he could see a pair of young Israeli soldiers chained to the wall. From the looks of them, they were slowly starving to death. And now there was this corridor, the one the boy was leading him along. This must be where they do the cooking and keep all the kit. As he glanced inside a couple of the small rooms cut into the rock, Porter could see a vast array of munitions. There were stacks of assault rifles, AK-47s mostly, but also a few of the American-made M16s he used to fight with when he was in the regiment, and some IMI Galils they must have captured from the Israeli army. There are at least a dozen machine guns with 30 or 40 neatly stacked boxes of ammo, a dozen RPGs, at least 10 boxes of hand grenades, and a wall full of handguns, Berettas, Brownings, Colts. A whole bloody alphabet of the things. Enough to kit out a small army, thought Porter with a grim smile. Then he corrected himself. This is a small army. And the bastards back at Vauxhall expect you to deal with them single-handedly. The boy led him to the largest room he had yet seen in the mine. It was at least 20 metres deep and 20 wide, cut to a height of about 2.5 metres. The floor was mostly covered with straw, but there were a couple of rugs at its centre. There were no chairs. The blokes were all squatting or kneeling on the rugs, but at the far end there was a couple of long wooden tables with plates of food on them. Along one side there was a wall of electric lights, about 6 in total, filling the room with a busy glow. And next to that, there was a bank of computer kit. Porter counted 5 PCs, each one on its own work table, and 2 flat-screen TVs that were picking up satellite broadcast signals. Beside them, there was a mess of wires and routers that were feeding data into and out of the cave. Hunched over them, there was one boy who didn't look more than 20. Thin, with a straggly beard and a T-shirt that was at least one size too small for him. He was busily programming one of the computers. The IT department, Porter reflected. That's how they are communicating with the rest of the world, and that's why we can never track them. That kid is smart enough to route any message they send. Through so many hijacked PCs around the world, the source always remains untraceable. All the men in the room turned to look at him as soon as he stepped inside. In total, Porter calculated there were around 20 guys in the room. They ranged in ages from the boy who had led him here up to a couple of guys who looked like they were past 60. The bulk of them, however, were in their 20s or 30s. Old enough to know how to fight, thought Porter, but also young enough to be fast on their feet. Just the kind of men you'd want in any army. 3 were clean-shaven, but the rest of them all had black beards. There was no formal uniform. Most of the men were dressed in jeans, trainers, and a shirt. All of them were armed. There were curved, brutally sharp knives tucked into the waist of their trousers and pistols tucked neatly into their pockets. A few still had their assault rifles strapped to their chests. Others had checked them in at the door. Christ, thought Porter, a man feels underdressed in this place if he doesn't have at least a couple of 100 rounds on him. You must be hungry, said Hassad. His tone was formal, polite, yet distant as well, Porter noted. He must remember that he killed my mates, and he must know that I'm not likely to forgive that. I'd be distant as well if I thought a bloke had travelled a couple of 1,000 miles just to cut my throat. Starving, said Porter. It was true as well. Porter hadn't had anything proper to eat since he'd picked up some grub at the bus stop. He hadn't thought about it. But now He could feel the hunger chewing away at his stomach. The men were eating out of tin containers, very similar to the ones Porter had used out in the field when he was in the army. There were plates of food spread across the wooden table. Piles of flat, warm pita bread, some salads made of olives, cucumbers and chickpeas, and piles of cold lamb and chicken, all of them covered in spicy sauces. Porter chucked some chicken and lamb into the pita and put some of the salad on the side. Then he took a knife and fork and followed Hassad towards the centre of the room. "Why not give Katie something to eat?" he said. Hassad shook his head. "I know you think we are cruel men, but really it isn't true," he replied. "A woman dies better on an empty stomach." "Bollocks!" snapped Porter. "Even on death row they give a man a decent last meal." "That is not our way," said Hassad, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Believe me, when a person is beheaded, then their bowels automatically empty. It is better if there is nothing there. We do not wish to humiliate her. Insofar as it is possible, we would like her to have a dignified death, one she can be proud of." "There's no pride in dying." "That is where you are wrong, my friend," said Hassad. "Osama bin Laden himself has spoken eloquently on this subject. The difference between our two civilizations is that while you celebrate life, we celebrate death. For us, there is no shame in dying. No fear, either." "You didn't see it that way when you were a kid," said Porter. "I was about to kill you then, and I decided not to. Maybe that's because, as you say, we celebrate life." Hassad paused, and for a moment Porter thought he might have got through to the man. But then he started to pick at the food he had piled onto his plate. They were sitting down now, on a rug to the left of the tables full of food. There were 3 men next to them, and they introduced themselves briefly: Nasri, Jabbar, and Assad. Nasri looked to be around 60, but the other 2 seemed to be in their early 30s, the same age as Hassad. From the way they acted, Porter reckoned the 4 of them were in charge of the place. They looked more senior than any of the other guys, although what the hierarchy was between the 4 of them, Porter couldn't figure out. "That's different," said Hassad, when Porter had sat down. "I was just a boy then. I didn't ask you to spare my life, although I am grateful that you did, and I recognize the debt that I owe you. But I was fighting as a warrior for my people and my God that day, and if I had died, I would not have objected." Porter started to eat. He took a chunk of the pita filled with chicken and swallowed it quickly. There were jugs of water on the rug. He poured some into a cup and gulped it down, drawing strength from the food and water. "We can negotiate," he said, looking back at Hassad. "That's what I'm here for." Hassad raised his hand. "We'll listen to what you have to tell us," he said. "But you should know my colleagues didn't want you to come here." Nasri leant forward. "It's Hassad's debt," he said softly. "He owes you his life, we know that. But his debts are not our debts. So you see, your coming here can only create problems for us. Indeed, 3 of our men have already died, and 1 has been wounded because you were captured on the way." "All I'm asking is that you listen to what I have to say," said Porter. "A woman's life is at stake." He was still trying to figure out which of the men was the most senior. Hassad spoke with the most authority, and seemed to make more decisions, but Nasri was the oldest, and the Arabs respected years. If I can get through to Nasri, then maybe he can bring the rest of them round. "Then talk," said Nasri. "But we don't have much time, so talk quickly." Porter looked at the man. His hair and his beard were greying, and his face was lined and weather-beaten, but he had a rock-like strength to him which reminded Porter of the sergeants who'd trained him. His muscles were like lumps of stone, and his eyes were as fierce and unyielding as storm clouds. At a guess, Porter would say he was the guy in charge of the fighting. He trained the men and gave them their orders. And if I have to fight my way out of here, it's you I'm going to be up against. "I've offered to take her place," And that offer still stands, Porter started. And I've already told you, we're not interested, Hassad interrupted. He turned to the others, smiled and muttered something in Arabic. They laughed briefly yet harshly, then all looked back at Porter again. Christ, how did I ever get myself into this job? Porter wondered. The only thing I'd ever been able to negotiate is a couple of quid to buy myself a drink, and I wasn't even much good at that. I've been told I can bring you a message from the British Prime Minister, said Porter, recalling the lines he had been fed back in Vauxhall. He has a roadmap to peace, which he is prepared to kickstart so long as you let Katie Dartmouth go. He can talk to the Israelis and to the other regional players and start at his side. Porter could see Jabbar slamming his fist down into the rug. The Jews don't care what any British Prime Minister thinks, he growled. There will never be peace. Not until the Jews are driven back into the sea. He says he'll talk to the White House, said Porter. If the American president gets behind the roadmap, nice try. But it's not going to work here, said Hassad. He was chuckling as he spoke. Everybody knows that the Americans couldn't care less what the British think. You are just the poodles? Nasri jabbed a finger in Porter's direction. America is controlled by the Zionists. They do what the Israelis want them to do. The British are America's poodles, so it follows that you are the tools of the Zionists as well. Porter knew he was struggling. He hadn't imagined they would be interested for a moment in the offer of peace talks. But he was being paid to speak to them. I'll do my job the best I can, and then I'll take matters into my own hands. He took a helping of salad on his fork. Then some more meat. And when he had finished, he held the knife in the palm of his hand. How about money, then? He said. If a man isn't interested in peace, then he should at least be interested in cash. Again, Hassad paused before he answered. You could get a better measure of the deformity around his mouth when you were sitting close to him. It stopped him from speaking properly, and when he chewed, his lips contorted upwards, making it impossible for him to conceal the food he was swallowing. How much money is on the table? For a brief moment, Porter could feel his pulse racing. Maybe it was just money they were after all along. They didn't look like gangsters. There were plenty of guys here, and they were living in pretty rough conditions. Men put up with that because they believed in a cause, not because they wanted to make themselves rich. Gangsters would be hanging out by a pool somewhere down in Beirut, with a harem of Russian hookers, a fridge full of cold beer, and a big satellite dish beaming down Sky Sports. They wouldn't be down here, reading the Quran to one another. $1 million, at least, said Porter, looking Hassad straight in the eye. Hassad turned away to speak to his colleagues, talking quickly. While he was doing so, Porter slipped the knife inside the belt of his trousers. Then he took another chunk of food in his hand and ate it quickly. If $1 million? Why not more? Said Hassad, looking back at him. Why not $2 million? Or $3 million? Name your price, snapped Porter. Then we can negotiate. But the money doesn't matter, does it? Interrupted Nasri. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. What difference does it make? The British government just takes the money out of the bank, hands it over, and carries on murdering our people. The money doesn't change anything. You take money from the French, said Porter. That's different, said Assad. The French aren't occupying our lands. It was the first time he had spoken, and his voice was by far the weakest of the four men. He was paler than the others, and his beard was struggling to cover his face. Maybe the brains of the outfit, thought Porter. In any terrorist cell, there would be a planner, a front man, and a fighter, and Porter was guessing that Assad was the planner. Maybe he was the man to convince. So you see, money won't work for us, said Hassad. If we wanted money, we'd just steal it. Then what? Said Porter. Arms? We can get all the weapons we need from Iran, said Hassad. We've told you, Nasri butted in. His tone was amused, but with an underlying layer of contempt. British troops must be taken out of Iraq and Afghanistan. Then the girl may live. Then why are you rejecting the PM's roadmap? Said Porter. If there was peace, then the troops could come home. Believe me, I don't think any of the poor bastards want to be there. Your PM's promises mean nothing. No British promises do, said Assad. It is the British who have brought war to this region. The British led the Jews into Palestine and drove our people out, and now the British are in Iraq, keeping our people oppressed. They've liberated the country, Porter growled. Some liberation, Assad spat. Men are tortured in jails, women are raped by your soldiers, families are blown up daily. You call that liberation? You think it would be better if they left? Said Porter. It'd be a sodding bloodbath. There was a silence. Porter scooped up the last of the food from his plate and stuffed it into his mouth. He could feel the blood raging through his veins, and food was about the only way he could think of to keep his mouth shut. Talk any more, and he was only going to get himself into worse trouble. Keep the conversation rolling. That's what they told him to do at the firm. Engage their sympathy. Get them on your side. Well, they chose the wrong man for the job. I've never been able to persuade anyone of anything. If I had been, I wouldn't have found myself sleeping in the gutters. I've got one more card, Porter decided, and there isn't going to be a better time to play it than now. Fuad Karem, he said. Heard of him? Karem, said Assad. He's one of our leaders. Of course we've heard of him. The imperialists have him, said Assad, in Guantanamo. We could arrange for him to be released, said Porter. An exchange. You give us Katie Dartmouth, and we'll give you Fuad Karem. Not so much as a second passed before Assad replied, Porter noticed. They weren't even going to consider it. Hezbollah doesn't do prisoner exchanges. Not with the Israelis, not with the Americans, not with anyone, he said. Every person who joins us is willing to lay down their life for the cause. That is the deal, and they accept it. He's your own man, said Porter. You could get him out of there. And make your life easy, said Assad. If we did that, every time you wanted something, you'd take one of our people and then offer to release them in exchange. We've told you. We don't negotiate with the infidel. That's our policy. It is final. Turning away from Porter, he shouted across to the boy fiddling with the computers. Get us the British news, he said, with a broad grin on his face. Let us see how they are preparing for the country's biggest execution since they cut the head off King Charles.
This ends Disc 6 of Strike Back. Strike Back, Disc 7.
Chapter 20. Even though the signal was being dragged down from a distant satellite, the reception was crystal clear. Porter folded his legs under him and looked up at the screen as the Sky News logo flashed across it. This was the 10 o'clock news, which, since Beirut time was 2 hours later than London time, meant that it was midnight here. Saturday morning, Porter reflected. The day set for Katie Dartmouth's execution. And probably my own. It's 40 blokes against one. How can any man survive odds like that? Porter could feel an icy shiver down his spine. He'd thought about death plenty of times. Any soldier had. But he had never felt it so close as he had over the past 48 hours. It was so near he could almost reach out and touch it. Embrace it, he told himself. Show no fear. That's the only way to handle it. Katie Dartmouth minus 22 hours, beamed the headline on Sky News. Porter glanced around the room. Most of the men had stopped eating and were looking up at the screen. Some of them were talking feverishly, but Porter couldn't make out a word they were saying. Obviously, they didn't talk in English, but they seemed to understand it well enough on the television. He could smell their mood, however. The unmistakable, triumphal aroma of soldiers who believe they are winning the battle. With 22 hours left before the scheduled time for the beheading of the Sky News reporter Katie Dartmouth, we'll bring you the latest on the story, said the newsreader. The PM makes a last-minute appeal for calm. Sir Peregrine Collinson is already in Beirut to mastermind the hunt for Katie. Thousands gather in Trafalgar Square for an all-night vigil for peace. Stop the War protesters plan a mass rally tomorrow through London calling for British troops to be brought home. And we'll be live in Katie Dartmouth's home village, getting the latest reactions from friends and family. On the screen, Porter could see the familiar figure of the PM standing on the steps outside Downing Street. I just want to say this, he began. I know people have many different views on the war in Iraq, and I respect that. But in the end, we're there to do a job, and we have to stay there until the job is done. So I say to the kidnappers of Katie Dartmouth, we have offered you talks. I have said I am willing to fly to the Middle East to bring all the sides together so that we can find a way of stopping the bloodshed. Now, I am willing to meet the leaders of Hezbollah to discuss a way forward, but we can't start moving soldiers out of a country just because one group or faction wants it. And we are willing to talk, but we are not willing to surrender. So delay this terrible act by at least a few days so that we can start discussions. You see, Assad muttered towards Porter. He's not interested in peace. He's just interested in war, Assad spat. That's all the British ever want. Porter remained silent. He looked back at the screen. We're now crossing live to Beirut, where Sir Peregrine Collinson landed tonight. Our reporter, Sam Davenport, spoke to him outside the British Embassy in the city. Sam? In the next instant, Collinson's face appeared on the screen. He was wearing a casual shirt, and his face had the worried, concerned, slightly disappointed look he could recall seeing on the face of every Rupert whenever they were about to dump you right in the crap. I can assure everyone back at home we're doing everything we can to locate Katie Dartmouth and bring her back out alive before tomorrow, he said, his tone serious, yet also calm. We're getting help from our allies, from the local authorities, and also from the ordinary Lebanese people who are shocked and horrified at what is being done in their name. There was a jeer from the men in the room. They were talking in Arabic, but Porter didn't need a translation. Whatever the raghead word was for tosser, that's what they were saying. If the local Lebanese are shocked and horrified, thought Porter, then somebody forgot to tell these blokes. In fact, they forgot to tell the whole sodding country, judging by the people I met when I was travelling through it. But have you got any leads? Asked Sam, putting his microphone up close to Collinson. Does anyone have any real idea where Katie's being held captive? Collinson nodded. The same look, Porter noted. The one the Ruperts adopted when they were about to lie to you. I can't give away any confidential information that might help our enemies, he said, but I can assure people that the net is closing all the time. As Winston Churchill once said, if you are going through hell, keep going. Well, that's just what we are going to do. Keep going until we are victorious. No one will have spoken to that fool, said Assad. This hiding place is totally secure. Even most of the leadership of Hezbollah don't know where we are. Tomorrow I shall be travelling to Israel, continued Collinson. The Israeli government has promised us every support and assistance. I told you, snapped Nasri, slamming his fist on the ground and looking in Porter's direction. The British and the Zionists are working hand in hand, just as they always have done. That's why we can never negotiate. The rest of the news bulletin scrolled by. Porter watched it with dread mounting inside his heart. There was a report from the all-night vigil in Trafalgar Square. A couple of women were weeping hysterically as they held up "Stop the War" posters. At least 10,000 people were now planning to spend the night out in the square, according to the police. The peace march scheduled for tomorrow morning was expected to be hundreds of thousands strong, snaking its way through Parliament Square and up to Downing Street. Sky's political editor popped up, explaining that the PM was planning to travel down to Chequers tomorrow morning and so wouldn't see the demo, but would be monitoring the situation from there. According to government sources, he explained, the PM was now relying on Sir Perry to find Katie Dartmouth and had given up on a diplomatic solution. The by-election on Thursday was now looking like a disaster, if the execution went ahead, and there were rumours of a leadership challenge. The news bulletin switched to a live report from Katie's home village in Hampshire. Her family were no longer talking to the press, explained the reporter. Katie's mother had been taken to hospital after suffering a stress-related collapse. A couple of people from the village said how shocked they were and how they all hoped for a miracle tomorrow. A special prayer service was being held on Saturday morning, said the reporter as he closed the bulletin. Better pray for a miracle, thought Porter grimly. The big guy upstairs might be the only person who can help us now. Finally, the thumping, insistent piano chords of Someone Saved My Life Tonight rolled out across the room as the break for the adverts began. A soft, focused picture of Katie stared out at them from the TV screen. A pretty, vibrant young woman, 1,000,000 miles away from the beaten husk tied to a stake less than 100 meters from where they were sitting. "I don't understand why they play this song all the time," said Nasri. "This Elton man with the funny glasses, is he some sort of religious figure?" Porter tried to smile, but his heart wasn't in it. "He's just a singer," he said. "You think the British will break?" said Assad, looking closely at Porter. He sighed. He felt revolted sitting among these men. Whatever their cause, this was nowhere to fight. Skulking away in a bunker, torturing a woman, manipulating the media. If he wanted a war, it should be honest combat, man to man. But, much as he hated it, he could see that it was having an impact. The country was going crazy. The bastards down in this mine might be evil, but they were effective. What they were doing to Katie was hitting home a lot harder than lobbing a few bombs at the British Army down in Basra. "Never," snapped Porter. "We stood up to the Nazis and will stand up to you." Christ, he thought to himself, I sound just like that tosser Collinson. But what else am I meant to say? "Then we just have to put more pressure on them," said Hassad. He stood up. "Follow me." They started to move. Hassad was leading the way, and Nasri, Jabbar and Assad were following on behind Porter. He walked down the corridor, through the meeting point of the tunnels, then straight towards the room where Katie Dartmouth was incarcerated. The door swung on its hinges, and Hassad stepped inside. Porter glanced into the room. Katie was still tied to the stake. She seemed close to losing consciousness. Her head was drooped to one side, and her eyes were so swollen it was as if they were bulging out of their sockets. There was a rotting stench of decay all around her, as if she had already died and her body had started to decompose. Maybe she already had died inside, thought Porter. Maybe she's just waiting for the rest of her body to catch up. Not many people would have the strength to survive 5 days in this hell. Hassad muttered something in Arabic. In response, Assad walked across to the camcorder. He trained it straight on Katie, and then switched on a powerful light that illuminated her face. You could see her much more clearly now. Every cut, bruise and scab on her skin was bathed in white light. Her eyes flinched from the lamp, and she tried to look away, but there wasn't even enough strength in her eyeballs to turn away. A tear rolled down the side of her cheek. Then a gasp of pain escaped from her lips. Christ, I can hardly bear to look, thought Porter. What the hell are the bastards doing now? "I need you to make a statement," said Hassad firmly, standing 2 feet in front of Katie, looking straight into her face. What? She was trying to speak, and the words died on her lips. Hassad took half a step forwards. Porter could see Katie flinching. Like an abused child, she now expected to be hit whenever anyone approached her. "We will hold up some words on a card in front of you," he said. "We want you to look at the camera and read them out. We will send them through to the TV station you work for and post them onto the internet. When they wake up in the morning, the British people will be able to hear you making one last desperate appeal for your life." "For Christ's sakes, man," growled Porter. "The woman is in no fit state to talk." "Shut up!" shouted Hassad. "You're killing her tomorrow, isn't that enough?" said Porter. "I've already told you to keep out of this," said Hassad. There was a flash of anger across his face as he turned to Porter. "She will do exactly what she's told to do." He turned back to face Katie again. "Now, read!" he snapped coldly. Assad was standing behind the camera. Above his head, he was holding a strip of white card with letters neatly stenciled in black ink. Porter glanced at it. "My name is Katie Dartmouth," it said. "I am scared, very scared. I don't want to die. These are not bad men, and their cause is a just one. They just want British soldiers off their land. So I appeal to the British people, go out of your homes, demand that your government brings your soldiers home. Please, because if you don't, I will die, and my blood will be on all of your hands." Christ, thought Porter, they can't make her read that. Can they? "Read it," repeated Assad. Katie rolled her eyes towards the card. She was struggling to focus. Porter watched as her bruised and swollen eyeballs screwed up, trying to get a fix on the words. Slowly, from the expression on her face, he guessed that she was starting to make sense of the rows of black stenciling. She stuttered. The words still wouldn't come. Assad took a step sideways. He grabbed the jug in the corner, filled a tin cup, and took 2 steps towards Katie. She flinched. Grabbing hold of her chin with his left hand, he pushed the water to her lips with his right. She drank, quickly, drawing down the liquid in 2 fierce gulps. "Now speak," said Assad. "Fuck you," spat Katie. Although his face remained as impassive as a lump of rock, Porter was smiling inside. "That's the spirit, girl," he told himself. "Show the bastards what you're made of." Assad took a moment to compose himself. "Fuck you," spat Katie again. "You can kill me if you want to, but I'm not reading that shit for you." Assad looked at Nasri. "Deal with her," he said curtly. Nasri vanished from the room, but within an instant he'd returned. In his right hand he was holding a long stretch of hosepipe. "You want to read?" said Assad, turning menacingly back towards Katie. "Fuck you!" Nasri took 2 steps forward, then paused. He raised his right hand in the air and flicked the hose so that it was just hanging over his back. For a moment, he just held the pose, giving Katie a moment to look straight at him. The dread was already evident in her eyes. She knew the pain that was about to be inflicted on her, and she was scared witless. Her lips were shaking, and it looked as if a trickle of urine was dribbling down her leg. Nasri tensed his muscles. He was a thin but strong man, and his biceps were like cannonballs, round and as hard as steel. An unimaginable strength was about to be transferred into the lash. "No," muttered Katie. The words so weak they were barely audible. "Please, no." Nasri started to raise his arm. In the still, dank silence of the room, you could hear the plastic start to cut through the fetid air. Porter lunged forwards. He moved with an agility that surprised even him. Crashing through the 5 meters of the space that separated them, he collided hard into Nasri's ribs, knocking him off balance. The hose was already travelling through the air, but its flight had changed. It cracked viciously, but was hitting only thin air. Porter pummeled one fist, then another into Nasri's ribcage. The man had the strength of an armoured vehicle. Putting your fist into his muscles was like slamming your hand into the skin of a tank. He rolled with the first punch, but the second hit a nerve, sending him crashing to the floor, a cry of pain escaping from his lips. Porter fell on top of him, bringing his knee up sharply as he did so that it crushed hard into Nasri's chin, sending his neck snapping back. Porter could feel a surge of adrenaline running through his bloodstream as the blows hit home. "I've built up so much anger towards these bastards since I've been here," he reflected. "It's good to finally get some of it out of my system." There's plenty more where it came from as well. He could feel a set of hands on his shoulders. They were tugging at his sweatshirt, pulling him back. He roared with anger and tried to shake them away, but it was too late. Another set of hands was grabbing him around the chest. Both Assad and Jabbar had caught hold of him and were tugging him away. He lashed out a fist, aiming for Nasri's face, but missed, hitting only air. Jabbar had a lock on his chest. and with one swift movement heaved Porter upwards and threw him up against the wall. Porter could feel his back slamming into the stone, bruising the skin. Hassad slammed a fist straight into the centre of his stomach. The blow landed hard, knocking the wind out of his lungs. Porter started coughing violently. As he looked sideways, he could see Nasri getting to his feet. He had taken a couple of bruises where Porter's kneecap had smashed into his chin, but otherwise he wasn't badly hurt. Leaning over, he picked the hose up from the floor, reeled it back into the air like a fishing rod, then lashed it through the air. The tip of the hose slashed across Porter's chest. Its impact was softened slightly by his sweatshirt, but it still stung viciously. Porter cried out as the pain ripped through him. In front of him, he could see a cruel smile cross Hassad's face. "Next time, we kill you," he said. Nasri had turned around. The hose was high in the air. It flicked back, then lashed into Katie's side. The sound of plastic ripping into skin filled the small room. Then there was a brief moment of silence. Porter already knew what was happening from painful experience. It took a moment for the brain to figure out what the body had just experienced. The pain didn't register instantly, but when it did, it was like having 100 sharp blades cutting into your skin in the same moment. "No!" screamed Katie. "No! No! No!" Nasri had already drawn the hose back again. His muscles were tense and bulging. In that moment, Porter realized he had only made things worse. The man's blood was up now. There was real anger in each blow. The hose was moving through the air with the venom of a snake. It curled through the air, then kicked into Katie's skin, cutting through the cloth that was covering her and drawing a line of blood that ran across her belly and up into her breast. "Please, no, please, no, please, no," she whimpered. "Don't lose it again," Porter commanded himself. "It doesn't matter how much they provoke you, it only makes things worse." Hassad raised a hand. Nasri had already drawn the hose behind his back, but he paused. "You'll read now?" said Hassad. I'll... "You'll read, or you'll keep tasting the whip," snarled Hassad. There were tears streaming down Katie's cheeks, but they were tears of pain, not regret. Specks of blood had splattered across her chest, and her face was so pale and beaten it was as if she had already taken another step into the grave. They planned this, Porter realized. He felt another stab of fury drilling into his heart. They knew she'd refuse, and they decided to whip her, just so she would look even more pitiful for the camera. Every move, every step was planned with a brutal, unfeeling callousness that disgusted him. What was it that bastard Hassad said? "We celebrate death?" He wriggled his leg to make sure the knife he'd hidden inside his trouser pocket was still there. "I'll give that fuckhead something to celebrate, all right, just as I find the moment to strike." "My name is Katie Dartmouth," she started. Her voice was fractured and rough, but you could see the sincerity in her eyes, and you could hear the pleading in her voice. Porter could see Hassad smiling to himself. He knew what he was doing when he kidnapped a TV reporter. He needed someone who could play for the cameras, and Katie was just perfect. Even in death, she could deliver. I am scared," she continued. "Very scared. I don't want to die. These are not bad men, and their cause is a just one. They just want British soldiers off their land, so I appeal to the British people. Go out of your homes. Demand that your government brings your soldiers home, please, because if you don't, I will die, and my blood will be on all of your hands." Hassad snapped the camera shut and switched off the light. The small room was suddenly dark and silent. Only the sound of Katie sobbing gently broke the stillness. "Thank you," said Hassad. "Your words have served a noble purpose." Katie snivelled. The tears had blocked up her nose and her throat. The lash of the whip would still be stinging, Porter reckoned. The pain from where the hose had cut into his own skin was still burning through him, and he knew it would be hours before it started to subside. I don't care about that, Katie stuttered. I just want to die. Soon enough, said Hassad. There are less than 20 hours for you to wait now. I want to die now, screamed Katie. There was a sudden energy and violence in her voice, as if she had suddenly found some strength from somewhere. I told you to wait. No, said Katie, gasping for breath. I've had enough. If you're going to do it, just fucking get it over with. The deadline has been set, snapped Hassad. Film it now. Do whatever you want. I just can't take this anymore. There were tears streaming down her face, and Porter could see in her eyes that the will to live had abandoned her. It happened sometimes to men on the battlefield. Once their spirits were broken, they just marched straight into the line of fire. When they knew they were going to die anyway, they just wanted to get it over with. It was the waiting they couldn't stand. His eyes met hers, and suddenly he saw a spark of anger flicker within her. She wants to know why I haven't saved her yet. And it's a bloody good question. Tonight at 8, precisely, said Hassad. We're expecting a huge global audience. We don't want to disappoint them. Katie fell silent. The moment of hysteria had passed. Now she just looked sad and bitter, as if she was reflecting on the life that was about to be snatched away from her. Leave me alone with the Englishman, she said quietly. What? Asked Hassad. I want to be alone with one of my own people. Porter listened closely. Has she got a plan? He wondered. Katie was looking up now. You said you weren't cruel men, she said. Well, then, you'll grant a woman one simple request before you kill her. Hassad looked at her, then at Porter. No tricks, he said. Porter nodded. A man will be posted at the door, said Hassad. 5 minutes, that's all. Then we're taking you out of here. He walked from the room, the others following behind him. The door slammed shut. For a couple of seconds, Porter remained silent. He reckoned he knew something of what she was going through. Only a day earlier the bastards who'd captured him told him he was about to be beheaded, and he'd believed them. He sensed the fear, the dread, the expectation of the pain, and the challenge of dying alone and miserable in a strange and hostile place. Do you think they'll really do it? Asked Katie. Porter nodded. There was no point in trying to kid her. That wasn't going to do any good now. They're bastards, he muttered. They'll do anything. Katie started to speak, but she choked on the first word. Maybe some small part of her had hoped through the past week that it was just a bluff, that when the moment came they'd call it off, lock her up instead. He'd heard that men on death row often thought that. It was the only way they could handle the pressure. If so, he'd punctured that now. The flat certainty with which he delivered the answer had extinguished what hope remained as surely as a closed fist will extinguish the flame on a candle. It won't be so bad, he said. It'll be quick, and... He paused, trying to complete the sentence, but it was hopeless. It wasn't going to be quick, and she knew it. That was why she was so afraid. Kill me now, she said. Porter could hear the desperation in her voice. At least it will be over, she continued. There's still hope, he persisted. That's one thing you learn in the army. While you're still alive, there's still a chance. Something may turn up. Have you negotiated? Asked Katie, her voice pale and frightened. Porter shrugged. They're not interested. Did they give you anything to offer? Just the bollocks you'd expect, said Porter. He sighed. Some half-assed peace talks, some money. That's not what they want, though, is it? They want our boys out of Iraq, and we're not going to give them that. A tear was falling down the side of Katie's cheek.
Did Perry get involved?
Collinson, said Porter. Then he remembered. She'd been tied to this miserable stake for the past week. She had no idea what was going on at home.
We were...
I know, growled Porter. There's no need for her to know the history between us. It will only make things worse, if that was possible. He's meant to be heading up the effort to rescue you, said Porter. I saw the latest broadcast. He's been in Beirut today and he might be in Israel by tomorrow.
If there's a way, he'll find me, sniffed Katie.
Dream on, girl, Porter reflected bitterly. If he can find a TV camera, he'll pose for it. The bastard would have trouble finding his own arse and elbow, and if he did, he wouldn't know how to get them in the right order. You have to hold on in there, he said grimly. If they have any idea where we are, they'll come tonight.
But you don't think there's any hope?
Porter shrugged. He'd thought about it ever since he'd been here. He'd done hostage raids himself. He'd been trained for it, and there was no more difficult military operation, particularly if you wanted to get the hostage out alive. Even when it was on open ground, you had to get in quickly enough and take out enough of the opposition to secure control of the area before they killed the hostage. To stand much of a chance, you needed detailed maps and you needed an access point where you could get a lot of men in fast. They didn't have either. If they did get the location, they might try pumping some kind of nerve gas down into the mine to paralyse everyone down below. Officially, those kinds of chemical weapons didn't exist, but he'd heard rumours in the regiment they were stockpiled somewhere for an emergency. They were meant to be sodding dangerous, unstable, rarely tested, and with potentially carcinogenic side effects. But that was all just hearsay. It was something they needed to be prepared for, though. If they had them, they'd surely use them tonight. This place is bloody hard to find, and even if you get the location, it's going to be a bastard to break into, even for the regiment.
Stand closer to me, said Katie. I'm scared.
No point in telling Katie about the possibility of a chemical attack, Porter thought. It will only make her even more frightened. And I'm not sure there is much more terror she can handle.
Are you religious?
Christ, no. The last thing I need right now is a lot of mumbo-jumbo. Porter shook his head. Not really.
I'm a Catholic.
She stifled another tear.
At least, at school. I'm not really a churchgoer or anything.
She steadied herself, trying to stop her lips from trembling.
But I would like you to read me the last rites.
Porter hesitated, unsure what to say. I don't think I know them. She leant her head forward and whispered 2 short sentences. I'm not a priest, said Porter, and immediately felt stupid for such a weak and pointless remark. Katie attempted a smile. His lips were too battered, however, to turn up more than a couple of millimetres. I'll call one then, maybe. She looked at Porter.
You're the only person here.
Porter took a step closer. He was standing just inches away from her. The stench was unbearable, a suffocating mixture of rotting excrement, sweat, and blood. Like a cross between an abattoir and a bog house, he decided bitterly. With his right hand he crossed himself, then closed his eyes so they were half shut. Through this holy anointing, may the Lord in his love and mercy help you with the grace of the Holy Spirit, he said softly.
The rest, said Katie weakly. Please.
May the Lord who frees you from sin save you and raise you up.
Hold me,
said Katie. Porter leant into her and wrapped his arms around her body. She was thin, wasting away, and he could feel the cuts and fractures and bruises that covered her skin. She was dry, like a piece of old fruit, and her limbs seemed to be rotting away.
I'm so scared, she whimpered.
Hassad stepped into the room. He glanced first at Katie, then at Porter. "It is time for you to leave," he said, a soft smile twisting up his deformed lip. "Next time you see her, she will be dead." Chapter 21. The two men walked in silence down the length of the corridor. The path was dark, and even though they were deep underground, Porter could sense the night all around them. 2 guards were already in position outside the door where Katie was being held captive, and 2 more where the corridor hit the meeting point. They looked strong and alert, and they were well armed. Nobody's going to try to catch a few minutes' kip on their watch tonight, Porter decided. They know just exactly how much is at stake. If the regiment does try and come in tonight, it's going to be a slaughterhouse. Hassad turned into the next corridor and led Porter towards his room. As he passed through the sleeping quarters, Porter could see that most of the men were resting. The lights were out, and there were bodies stretched out on the floor. He could hear a couple of guys snoring. Hassad pushed the door open. There was a dim light shining from a candle in one corner of the room he had been shown into earlier. As Porter glanced around, he suddenly felt something hard stabbing into the small of his back. He knew instinctively what it was. A gun. He spun round. Hassad was pointing a Beretta handgun right at him. "What the fuck?" spat Porter. "Don't worry," said Hassad. "I'm not going to hurt you. Just as long as you do what I say." Porter looked at the gun, then up into the man's eyes. There could be no doubt that he would kill him if he resisted. He nodded towards a stake driven into the ground in the far corner of the room. Porter could see precisely what was about to happen. The bastard was going to tie him up. "My apologies," said Hassad politely, "but you are a British soldier, and we can't leave you roaming around here all night. And you have already attacked one of my men." Porter kept his eyes on the Beretta as he walked towards the stake. Inwardly, he was shuddering. Maybe they're planning to behead me as well. There was no point in arguing right now. Any trouble, and they would probably just whack him on the head, then tie him up anyway while he was out cold. His vengeance would come later, he felt certain. The stake was a thick piece of wood driven deep down into the floor, with about 1 metre protruding from the surface. Hassad nodded to him to lie down on the straw next to it, then took a rope and started to tie his foot to the stake. Next, he took Porter's right arm and bound that behind his back. The ropes were rough and cut into his skin, but he had space to move and breathe, and if he curled up, he could lie flat on his side on the straw and get some sleep. "I'm sorry that your journey has been a wasted one," said Hassad, as he slipped the last of the knots into place. "I might have talked, but Nasri and the others wouldn't allow it." "I make one last appeal to you," said Porter, his eyes rolling upwards so that he could look directly into Hassad's face. "Put me in her place. Leave the girl alone." Hassad shook his head. "We've already discussed it," he said. "Nothing can change the plan. Unless your government gives us what we want, the execution will go ahead as planned." "I spared your life," snapped Porter. "And now I'm sparing yours." "She's sodding bricking herself. She can't deal with this. I can." Hassad shrugged. "Everyone can deal with death," he said, speaking with a weary sigh. "There's really nothing to it." Porter was about to speak, but Hassad had already stood up. He was walking towards the door. He looked exhausted, Porter thought, and he probably wasn't going to get much kip either. Nobody would, he reflected bitterly. Not in this hellhole, with a young woman's blood waiting to be spilt. "Now, get some sleep if you want to," said Hassad. "Tomorrow, after the execution, we will blindfold you so that you won't know where you've been, and we'll drive you to a safe spot, and we'll make sure you have directions and enough money to get back to Beirut. You can report to the British Embassy. They'll take care of you."
Porter grunted. "We'll both be dead long before then, mate," he decided.
"I owed you a debt for sparing my life all those years ago," Hassad continued. "That's why I agreed that you should come out here. But after tomorrow that debt is paid in full. We are men on different sides of a war that may last for generations, and there should be no more dealings between us." Before Porter could reply, Hassad had already left the room. The door had been slammed tight shut, and he could hear a bolt slide into place. Porter lay back. The room was not completely dark. There was a single small candle burning in a pool of molten wax in the corner. The straw felt damp, and he could feel the dirt within it. There was a drip somewhere in the room, where some water was coming through the stone out of which it was carved. "Shit," he muttered. He tried to make a mental calculation of the time. It had been midnight locally when they'd watched the news bulletin from London, and at least an hour had passed since then, so it could be 1, possibly pushing 2 in the morning. The dead of night. If there was a rescue attempt coming, his best guess was that the regiment would strike between 3 and 4 in the morning. There was no way of knowing for sure, but he reckoned nobody was coming. All that posturing on TV from Collinson, it suggested to Porter the bastard didn't have a clue where Katie had been hidden. Hassad's men were loyal, professional, and dedicated, and they were operating in their own country. He turned onto his side. The ropes were tight, but it was only his right leg and right hand that were immobilized, and that gave him space to move. He slipped his left hand into his jeans and took out the knife he'd hidden there during the meal. It only measured 5 inches, with a black plastic handle, but it had a good, sharp steel blade on it. It would do, Porter reckoned. Hassad must have decided that 1 arm and 1 leg was enough. A man couldn't untie a knot with 1 hand, certainly not when the hand in question was short of a couple of fingers. But he could cut one. Porter glanced towards the door. It was shut tight, and he reckoned they were leaving him alone for the rest of the night. It would be 5, he judged, before the place came back to life. That gave him a couple of hours to play with. What was it Clayton had said to him? "Play the bloody hero if you have to." Gripping the knife in his left hand, he moved his body around until he was level with a piece of clean rock. Turning the blade flat, he started to slowly sharpen the blade by grinding it into the stone. The ropes binding him were thick, made of plastic cord. The blade right now was nowhere near strong enough to cut through it, but with enough work, he might be able to get it into shape for the job. It was slow, painful work. A couple of times the blade sprung from his grasp, spinning across the rock, and once he was afraid it might be out of reach. The rock was certainly no grinding stone, just ragged, blunt ore, but if he drove it hard, the blade gradually sharpened. The work was dull and repetitive, but Porter was grateful for it. It took his mind off what was likely to happen next. Within half an hour the blade was sharpened. It wasn't a razor, but the steel was thin and pointed, and it would do the job. Twisting himself around, he positioned the blade in his left hand. Porter had never been naturally dexterous with that hand, and after he lost his fingers he found it wasn't good for much more than holding the second bottle of vodka, if he was ever lucky enough to get his hands on 2 at the same time. Still, he got a good enough grip between his thumb and his palm, and leaning forward, slashed it into the rope binding his right foot. The knot was strong, and so was the artificial fibre the rope was made from, but the knife was now sharp enough to saw its way through. In just a few seconds, it had been severed. With a kick of the knee, Porter shook his leg free of the stake. Still squatting on the ground, Porter kept the blade wedged tight into the palm of his left hand. A rope was still tied tight across his chest, strapping his right hand to him, but he quickly cut it open. Free, he told himself with satisfaction. Porter looked up at the bolted door. OK, he thought, feeling the resolve stiffen inside him. Let's see if we can't make some trouble for these bastards. He collected the tiny candle. holding it up close to the door. There was enough of a crack that he could see out into the corridor. From here, it looked empty, but that didn't mean there wasn't a guard just a few meters away. The bolt was made from metal and slotted into position in a socket about 4 feet off the ground. Porter positioned himself close to the door and held up the candle so that he had as much light to work with as possible. He slotted the knife into the gap in the door and slowly worked it against the bolt. He dug the tip into the metal, twisted it to get as much grip as possible, then used all the strength in his wrist to flick it backwards a couple of millimeters. It didn't move much, but it did shift a fraction, and to Porter, that was all that mattered. He would get there eventually. It took 10 minutes, maybe 15, but eventually the lock was freed. He reckoned it was 3:15 in the morning now, although he couldn't be certain. The door swung open. Porter had to grab hold of it to stop the thing from crashing back and raising the alarm. He blew out the candle and held his breath tight in his chest. Very slowly, and with the knife gripped in his right hand, he squeezed the door ajar. He glanced into the corridor. The light was murky. There were some lamps in the meeting point, but nothing in the corridor, and although he had got used to the semi-darkness, it still took a second for Porter to adjust his eyes. So far as he could see, the corridor was empty. He inched out, keeping one foot inside the door so that he could snap back inside if necessary. Porter already had a plan mapped out. He'd have liked to go straight to Katie, but that route was too well guarded. There was no way he could get through equipped just with an eating knife. Instead, he'd slip through to Hassad's room. It was a distance of about 20 meters through the tunnels, and he calculated there would only be one guard along the way. The odds of success weren't great, he thought, but at least they weren't suicidal. He moved quietly forward. The guard was standing just where the tunnel met the meeting point. He had his back to it, and he was leaning against the wall. Whether he was drowsing or alert, it was impossible to say from here. Porter inched out further, his back flat against the wall. The knife was nestling in the palm of his hand. He was gradually adjusting his eyes to the soupy light. He could see the barrel of the man's gun. An AK-47. The lamp in the meeting point was catching on the gleaming wood of its polished stock. Porter kept moving. He was about 10 meters from the man now. He was holding his breath. He knew from his time in the regiment that it was the sound of your breathing that usually gave you away. The floor was just dust and grit, so at least it wasn't scratching against his trainers. 5 meters. His back was tight against the wall, slipping into the shadows, making sure he was virtually invisible against the rock. 3 meters. He could see the man's shoulders twitch. He was a big man, Porter noted, 6 foot with hefty shoulders, taking his weight up to 200 pounds. He could hear him grunt, or maybe a snore. His hand rose upwards. For a moment, Porter was certain he was going for the gun. All he had to do was look round, and he could spray the space with bullets. Porter would be shredded to pieces within seconds. He tried to melt into the rock. The man picked at his nose, grunted again, then slumped back against the side of the rock. Porter took a step closer, then another. He raised his right hand and steadied himself. With a sudden, swift movement, he darted forward. He cupped his left hand around the man's mouth, dragged back hard with all the muscles in his shoulders. He could hear the man starting to cry, but the hand was effectively stifling the noise. He was starting to shudder, and as his muscles absorbed the sudden shock of the attack, he heaved backwards. Porter struggled to contain him. "You've only got a fraction of a second," he reminded himself. "Once you get into a fair fight with this bastard, then you're a dead man." In an instant, Porter's right hand was thrusting towards the man's neck. The knife pierced the skin, making a neat incision in the space between the jawbone and the collarbones, where a blade could cut straight through to the windpipe. Porter had barely a moment, and he knew he had to slice the man open as skillfully as any surgeon, except his purpose was to end the creature's life, not preserve it. There was a hiss of air. The unmistakable sound of oxygen wheezing out of a collapsing windpipe, like an old tyre with a puncture. Porter twisted the knife around, letting it complete its deadly work, while at the same time keeping his hand gripped tight on the man's mouth. He stifled a bolt of pain as his victim summoned up enough strength to bite into the palm of his hand. But that was the man's last moment of resistance, as the life drained out of him. Giving the blade a final twist, Porter made sure the windpipe was completely cut open, making it impossible for any air to get through to the brain. He removed his hand from the man's mouth and checked his pulse. Dead. He yanked his body back, lying him down flat on the ground. No time to hide the body, he decided. The shifts could change at any moment, and as soon as someone came along, they would know the base was under attack and raise the alarm. They might even think they were under a full-scale assault from British Special Forces. If that was the case, so much the better. In the chaos, some kind of opportunity to escape might open up. Porter pulled the knife free from the man's throat and wiped the blood away on the back of his jeans. He'll taste more before this night is out, he told himself grimly. He picked up the man's handgun and tucked that into his jeans. A compact Browning M1900. Porter was familiar enough with how it worked. He walked swiftly across the meeting point. He knew where Hassad's quarters were. Porter turned into the corridor. The moment of truth has arrived, he told himself. The light leading up to Hassad's room was dim, but Porter's eyes had already adjusted to the murky conditions, and he didn't have any trouble identifying the right door. He laid his palm flat against it and exerted the slenderest amount of pressure. It gave. Hassad slept with his door unlocked, the way Porter had figured he would. Soldiers didn't bolt themselves in, especially when there was possibility of an enemy assault. They needed to be ready to move the moment an attack started. In the time it took them to unlock their doors, they might already be dead. Porter held the knife in his hand, savouring the cold sharpness of its blade against his skin. If he could, he'd use that rather than the gun. A shot would alert the whole base, and there would be a dozen soldiers on top of him within seconds. He paused for a brief moment, controlling his breathing. He suddenly recalled Steve, Mike, and Keith. He could see them laughing as they went into the battle. He could hear the jokes and the banter, and then the desperate commands as the action kicked off. And then he could recall the moment when he'd seen the 3 stretchers with white cloths covering them being carried out of the chopper. He remembered the funerals and the moving tributes from their mates as the bodies were buried in the ground. And he could remember the looks of all the other guys in the base back at Hereford. The looks that said, "Here's the bloke who let 3 of his mates die because he didn't have the bollocks to finish off some raghead kid who was intent on killing the lot of them." "OK, boys," Porter thought bitterly. "It's a bit late, I know. This is a cheque that should have been cashed years ago, but you're about to get your payback on the bastard that killed you." He pushed the door open. Hassad was lying on a simple straw mattress by one wall of the small room. In the corner there was a small candle floating in a pool of wax that filled the room with a pale light. He was still wearing the jeans and sweatshirt he wore during the day, although he kicked off his trainers and put them at the bottom of the mattress. Next to it there was a paperback book in Arabic left half open and a tin cup of water. There was also an open packet of some kind of medicine, although Porter couldn't read at this distance what it was. His AK-47 was laid down flat on the straw right next to him. There was a knife as well. Under attack, he could reach for both within seconds. What was under the cushion he was using as a pillow? Porter couldn't tell, but it was more likely to be a pistol than a spare pair of pyjamas, he thought with a half-smile. Porter had a fraction of a second. That was all the time available to determine success or failure. He kicked against the stone floor and threw himself across the few metres that separated the doorway from the straw mattress. He landed hard on top of Hassad. Immediately, the Arab woke up, looking straight at Porter, his eyes ablaze with anger, but it was too late. Porter was lying right across him. He was a big man with at least a 50-pound weight advantage on Hassad, and the sheer bulk of his body was pinning him down to the floor. Porter could feel a heady sense of elation surging through him, almost as good as a double vodka, he told himself. Right now, I've got this bastard exactly where I want him, and now he's going to help me get Katie out of here. Porter drew back his right hand just a few inches, hovering close to Hassad's neck. His blade was sharp. It would only need the minimum of force to break open the man's skin. His hand held steady, and his eyes darted across the man's body, scanning it the same way a butcher glances across a carcass, looking for the best places to cut up the meat. He could feel a surge of anger running through his veins. I've waited too long for this, he told himself grimly. Far too bloody long. He jabbed the knife forwards, using the strength in his elbow. It collided with the skin, nicking open a cut, and suddenly the blade was crimson with blood. In the same moment, however, Hassad had rolled his head to one side, stretching enough of his neck muscles to deflect the worst of the attack. Porter was still lying on top of the man, crushing him into the straw bedding and making it impossible for him to move. "Stay still, you murdering raghead scum!" Porter spat viciously. He could see the fear in the man's eyes and smell the sweat pouring off him. It was the same look he'd seen 17 years ago, the one that had persuaded him to spare the life of a small, frightened boy. But this time, it was the expression of a man, not a kid, and rather than sympathy, it aroused only contempt. This time, you're going to do exactly what I tell you, Porter thought, and no mistake. You killed my mates after I spared your life. Now I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Now take it like a bloody man. Hassad bucked forward. He was desperately trying to loosen Porter's vice-like grip on him, but the dead weight lying across his chest made it impossible for him to get up enough strength to free himself. "I didn't kill anyone. I swear it," Hassad pleaded. "Don't give me that bollocks, you Arab scum," Porter hissed. "I spared your life once before, and you took out 3 of my mates." "I didn't kill anyone," Hassad squealed. "You lying bastard." Porter drew his hand back the few inches necessary to skewer the knife into the man's neck. He'd already scanned the flesh and knew exactly where the windpipe was. With little more than a flick of the wrist, he could sever the bastard's life. And this is the moment. It was the man on television," said Hassad. "Collinson." Porter paused. "Who?" "The man on TV." Hassad's body was wheezing with fear, and there was a foul stench of sweat all over him. "I recognized him. It was the same man on the raid, I swear it, and it was because of him the British soldiers died." "You're just a lying raghead scum," Porter growled. "You're just trying to save your miserable skin. I bloody know it. Well, it's not going to work, I tell you. I was going to kill you nice and quick, but now it's going to be slow and bloody painful. Just so you know not to start telling lies." It was Collinson, I tell you," said Hassad. "That man was a fucking coward." Porter's hand paused again. What if he's right? He wondered suddenly. Christ, maybe, just maybe, the bastard isn't lying to me. Hassad's hand snapped sideways so it was resting on the barrel of the AK-47. Porter immediately slammed his fist down on the hand so that he couldn't pick up the gun. "Take it," said Hassad. "Take the fucking gun and hold it on me. I've got no chance of escaping. I'll tell you the real story of that day, and if I don't convince you, then you can shoot me all the same." "It's a trick," snarled Porter. "No trick," snapped Hassad. "You've got 10 seconds, said Porter. "No more." He dropped the knife from his hand and grabbed the AK-47. He climbed off Hassad's chest and knelt beside him, jabbing the muzzle of the gun straight into the man. "Okay, mate," he said roughly. "Tell me what really happened that night." Hassad pulled himself up. He was sitting now with his back to the wall. He had sweat dripping off his face. The cold, angry perspiration that Porter had smelt before on men who were convinced they were about to die. There was a deep cut on his neck where the knife had caught his skin, and some blood was still oozing out of the wound, although a scab would soon start to form around it. The side of his neck and the top of his sweatshirt were both stained crimson. But in his eyes there was a brightness again. The hope of saving his life had begun to return. "You knocked me out cold," he said, some calm in his voice now. "I remember that as clearly as if it were yesterday. But you didn't make a great job of it. A couple of blows to the head, enough to make me dizzy, but not enough to put me out for long. Perhaps it was because I was so young. Boys can take a terrible beating and come back pretty quickly." "Go faster," growled Porter. "Don't play for bloody time." "I think it was only a few minutes later that I came round. I was scared out of my life, and so I just lay there on the ground, with my eyes mostly shut. Playing dead, or at least unconscious, seemed like the best strategy. But I could see enough of what was going on, and hear it as well. That man Collinson was insisting on taking command, and the others were arguing with him. There was a lot of shouting between him and the other guys. You'd already been evacuated, and they were clearing a space for another chopper to come in to take them out. Just then, a unit of Hezbollah reinforcements arrived, about a dozen men in all. It started to turn nasty. There was a lot of shooting and a few grenades. The British managed to subdue the attack, but it was impossible for the chopper to come down to the roof. There was too much incoming fire. I didn't reckon there was any serious danger, though. Patience and a little perseverance, that was all that was required. But Collinson panicked. I could see and hear it. He was shouting a series of stupid and contradictory orders. He wanted a couple of them to march out of the building straight into the line of fire so that he could get up onto the roof. They were screaming at him not to be an idiot. Keeping his eyes on Porter, his expression turned deadly serious. Then he shot one of them in the back and told the other two they were bloody cowards, and if they didn't go forward, he'd make sure they were going to be court-martialed on charges of desertion. They started to run towards the man who had been shot in the back, but he was right by the window, and the poor guys had no chance. They were both mowed down by raking machine gun fire. While that was happening, Collinson used the cover to sneak up to the roof and guide the chopper home. There was no point in fighting anymore, and the Hezbollah guys fell back. The chopper took off. I just stayed there. Must have been a couple of hours at least, waiting until I was sure the fighting had all died down. Hassad's expression was now calm and composed. "So whatever the official report said, the reason 3 of your guys died was because that Collinson man lost his nerve." Porter could feel a hardening of his skin. It was the same feeling you got when the doctor gave you a local anaesthetic. Your body gradually turned numb. The nerves stiffened up, and all your senses withered away. The last 17 years, he told himself, had all been a lie. "I've wasted an entire lifetime regretting something that never even bloody happened." "That fucker," he muttered aloud. "What?" "He said you came round and shot Steve, Mike and Keith. That made it my fault for not finishing you off when I had the chance. But it was his fault all along. The cowardly fuckhead didn't know how to fight. And he didn't know how to take the rap when he screwed things up either. He let 3 men die because of his cowardice," thought Porter bitterly. He let another man die inside because he didn't want to take the blame. And offered the choice between believing Hassad's version of what happened and Collinson's. Then Hassad seemed the more credible. I always knew Collinson was a coward. I saw it the moment he started puking up when he stepped off that puma and into the fighting.
This ends Disc 7 of Strike Back. Strike Back. Disc 8.
Chapter 22. Porter was still holding the AK-47. His finger was still twitching nervously on the trigger, and the gun was still pointed straight at Hassad's chest. "I owe you my life, nothing else," said Hassad. "Take me to her," said Porter. Hassad remained silent. His eyes were fixed on the barrel of the gun. "And you expect me to help you? I'll kill you if you don't." "You are my enemy," said Hassad softly. "I allowed you to come here because I owed you. But now that you have discovered the truth, all the debts between us are ended. And the woman dies at 8 tonight." Porter caressed the trigger of the AK-47. "This gun says differently." "Kill me if you want to," Hassad snapped. "If that's what you came for, just do it then. The woman stays right where she is." For a moment, Porter was about to fire. Why the hell not, he asked himself. Whatever the truth of what happened 17 years ago, Hassad was still a brutal terrorist who had tortured an innocent woman until the will to live had been drained out of her. Even if he didn't deserve to die for killing Steve, Mike and Keith, then he certainly deserved to die for that. His fingers stopped. "I don't have it in me to pull the trigger," he thought. As he gripped the barrel of the AK-47, everything was slotting into place for Porter. Someone had tried to kill him back in London, someone who knew the details of the mission he was about to go on. When he arrived, he was captured by a British-led private military corporation, by someone who knew precisely where he was going and what passwords needed to be used. That person could only be Sir Peregrine Collinson. Why? Because he was desperate to prevent me from seeing Hassad again, for the simple reason that I might learn the truth of what happened on that bungled mission to Beirut all those years ago. The bastard is going to pay for that. "Take me to her," Porter growled. "I can't." Porter stood up and jabbed the barrel of the AK-47 into Hassad's chest. He could feel the hard, solid muscle as he prodded it with the cold steel of the gun. "You bloody well can, and you bloody well will," Porter snapped. "I just want to talk to her, that's all. I won't cause any more trouble, not for you, anyway." Hassad got slowly to his feet. Maybe he's just playing me along, Porter thought. Perhaps he's just going to walk me straight into a trap. I have to take that chance. It's the only hope I have of breaking Katie out of here. They strode briskly through the meeting point. Hassad glanced at the one corpse Porter had left behind, then glanced at Porter. He could tell from the expression on his face that he knew exactly what had happened. Porter jabbed him forward with the AK-47. They kept walking towards the room where Katie had been tied to a stake. Porter was struggling to keep track of time. He reckoned it was 3:30 in the morning, but it could be as late as 4. The two soldiers stood rigidly to attention as they saw them approach. Their own assault rifles were snapped into position. "It's okay," said Hassad softly. "We're just going inside for a moment." Smart, thought Porter. He knows they could shoot me, but it would be a bloodbath, and probably all 4 of us would die. Once you started letting off AK-47s in a confined space, the bullets would shred everyone. Better to let me inside. There's still a chance he might be able to talk me into dropping the gun. Pale light had spread across the room. Porter glanced at Katie. It was only a couple of hours or so since he'd last seen her, but her condition was even worse. So far as he could see, she had lost consciousness. She could be sleeping, but with the pain she had endured, Porter reckoned she'd gone under. He kept his gun trained on Hassad. "Untie her," he snapped. He knew his drill. Get her off the stake, then try and fight his way out of here, room by room. It was probably the worst plan he'd ever heard. Against so many men, there was practically no chance of success, but at least this way they'd take a few of the bastards with her. And it wouldn't be on worldwide TV. "No," said Hassad with quiet determination. As he spoke, Porter could see Katie's eyes slowly open. He could see the pain each movement caused her, but there was a glimmer of defiance in her expression. Her boss was right, thought Porter. The woman has nerves of steel. She glanced first at Hassad, then at Porter. I she croaked, coughing as she struggled to form the words on her lips. Porter raised a hand to stop her from speaking. He pushed the AK-47 closer to Hassad's chest. "Then she'll at least have the satisfaction of watching you die first," he said,
and then I'll untie her myself. I hope she enjoys the show." "Please, just do," started Katie, her voice turning into a cough. While Porter's attention was distracted, Hassad leapt forward, smashing the AK-47 from Porter's grip as he did so. He jammed as hard as he could on the trigger, loosening off a few rounds of bullets, but the barrel of the gun had already been deflected, and the shots smashed harmlessly into the solid stone walls of the cell. "Christ," thought Porter, "the noise of that gunfire is certain to alert the rest of the guards." Hassad was forcing him onto the ground, crushing him with his weight. Using his right hand, Porter curled his fist and smashed it into the man's jaw. He could tell at once the blow was a good one. He could feel his knuckles crunching into the bone underneath the skin. Hassad reeled back, the pain shooting through him. A smear of blood was trickling away from his lips. Hassad was preparing to strike back, and even though he'd been unbalanced by the blow, his boot was drawing back, and Porter could see at once he was about to take a kicking. He started to try and scramble to his feet, moving as fast as he could to deflect the impact of the first inevitable blow. A huge explosion rocked through the mine. For a second, Porter was too stunned to react. His mind went numb. He could hear the sound of explosives detonating and the crumbling of rock. How far away, he wondered. The explosion was muffled at first, but the noise was rumbling through the tunnels and rock like a train rumbling through the night. "Christ," he thought. "Maybe it's the regiment. Maybe they've come for us. Let's hope to God that's what it is." Hassad was looking around desperately, then running for the door. Outside, Porter could hear men screaming and the din of a rolling series of aftershocks from the first explosion rattling through the mind like a persistent, steady cough. "What the fuck is that?" he shouted. "A bunker-busting missile, I reckon," Hassad snarled, his expression grim. Porter could hear more shouts and more screams. An ugly smell was drifting under the closed door. It took Porter a moment to recognize it. He had smelt it once before on the battlefield, a mixture of scorched foam and stewed meat. It was the distinctive smell of men burning to death. Christ, he told himself, the place is going up in flames. If we don't get out of here, we're all going to die. "Cut her down!" yelled Porter, gesturing towards Katie. Hassad was reaching for the door, throwing it open. Outside, the corridor was filled with a thick, noxious smoke, and he instantly slammed it shut again. He looked back at Porter. "We need to get her out of here!" Porter shouted, his voice hoarse. "She's no bloody good to you dead, is she?" There was no reply. Hassad looked to have been stunned into muteness. "If it's a British attack and she dies, then we fucking won, haven't we?" screamed Porter, handing him a knife. Snapping back to attention, Hassad took 2 steps forward. With a swift movement of his hand, he slashed at the ropes that bound Katie to the stake. The knots were strong and expertly bound, and it took several attempts to free her completely. But then she fell forwards. Porter caught her in his arms. She was so groggy. She was so close to losing consciousness, but if they could just get out of here, there was still a chance of saving her. What's happening?" she muttered. Porter no longer had any idea. When he first heard the explosions, he reckoned it must be the regiment coming in to rescue them, but now he wasn't so sure. They might have used some stun grenades to prepare the way for an assault, maybe some gas, but this looked like some kind of cruise missile making a direct hit on the mine. Why the hell would you do that? It would risk killing the very people you were meant to be capturing. Her voice was cracked and weak, but as Porter cradled her in his arms, he could feel some of the strength coming back to her. For the first time in days, she believed she might live, and it was amazing what resilience that knowledge could give a person. "Reckon we can get out of here?" said Porter, glancing at Hassad. He didn't reply, but the brutal expression on his face suggested he didn't think so. Porter pointed his gun straight at the man, nudging him forward, while holding on to Katie as well. He pulled the door ajar, reeling back as a cloud of thick, black smoke hit him in the face. He coughed violently, his whole body shaking as his lungs tried to get rid of the air he had just breathed. "Corpses," he whispered, his face drained of all colour. Porter put Katie onto the ground and held his breath as he slipped his face around the door, glancing out into the corridor beyond that ran down to the meeting point. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the clouds of smoke and the fumes that were stinging his pupils, but as he focused, it was clear that the mine had been turned into a scene of total devastation. The 2 fighters who normally stood guard against the door had been reduced to a couple of charred skeletons, and there were more corpses as you looked towards the meeting point. A huge fireball, Porter reckoned, must have swept down the corridor, burning everything it met. Then, as it sucked all the oxygen out of the space, it would have extinguished itself, leaving behind the heavy clouds of smoke. Only the thick door to Katie's cell had saved them. Even so, to get out, they would have to fight their way through the smoke and the secondary fires and explosions still rippling through the rest of the mine. Porter tore the shirt from his back. "Tear this into 3 strips, then dunk them in water and put one over your mouth," he barked. "It's the only chance we've got." "You were pointing a gun at my chest 5 minutes ago," Hassad growled. "And you bloody deserved it," Porter snapped. "But unless we work together, none of us has a chance of getting out of here alive. So let's just get free of this place and then carry on our fight later if we have to." Throwing the AK-47 he had taken from Hassad across his back, Porter knelt down and tied the strip of wet cloth across Katie's face. It would help keep the fumes out of her face. Then he slipped a strip around his own mouth, knotting it tightly around the back of his head. He hoisted Katie into his arms and headed for the corridor. She was a good-sized woman, at least 5'8", and when she was fit, would probably have weighed considerably more than she did now. He could feel at once how frail and weak her body had become. Even a fit person would have trouble walking through these fumes, he thought bitterly. For a weak one, it could be fatal. "Try not to breathe too deeply," he muttered. Porter stepped out into the corridor, pressing Katie's face into his chest to try and keep her mouth away from the smoke. The fumes were so heavy and the light so poor, it was impossible to see more than a few meters ahead. From somewhere, Porter heard a shout, telling him that not everyone was dead. Not yet, anyway. Hassad was already striding towards the meeting point. Porter plunged forward, ignoring the carnage all around him. As he stood alongside Hassad at the centre of the mine, there were at least 5 bodies strewn across the ground, all of them burnt beyond recognition. "How the hell do we get out of here?" Porter shouted, though his voice was muffled by the wet cloth strapped across his mouth. "All the exits are blocked," said Hassad. Porter glanced around. The timbers the miners had wedged into place to hold up the roof years ago had been incinerated in the blast. Some were still burning, and the roof was starting to sag badly. Porter reckoned it might not be long before the whole thing came down, bringing a couple of 100 tons of rock collapsing onto their heads. The staircase that led down from the lift into the meeting point had been totally destroyed. Flames were still licking upwards where the timber frame of the stairs had once been. It was totally impassable. "We'll take the back way," said Hassad. Along one of the tunnels, Porter could hear an explosion. There was suddenly a blinding flash of light that cut through the fumes and illuminated the meeting point. Porter shielded his face as he felt a blast of heat wash over him. He gripped tighter onto Katie and tried to follow Hassad. He'd already started marching towards a tunnel, motioning to Porter to follow him. Porter stepped forwards. The fire was gathering pace behind him, and he could hear a scream as it collided with one of the men trying to escape, frying him in an instant. Keeping hold of Katie, he followed Hassad into a narrow channel cut into the rock. There were a couple of bodies at its entrance, but Porter just stepped over them and pressed on. Behind him, he could hear the sound of another roof collapsing somewhere, and more screams. Hassad was twisting his way through a tunnel that was narrowing all the time. The light from the flames licking up around the meeting point had illuminated the first few meters, but it was fading fast, and within a few seconds, Porter was struggling to keep track of Hassad through the darkness. A wall loomed up ahead of them, but to the right-hand side there was a crack that appeared to lead upwards. It was part of an old ventilation shaft that must have been built years ago. "Here," said Hassad. "This will take us to the next level, where the lift is." "The lift won't have survived this carnage," said Porter. "There's another exit from there, if we can get through. Hassad started to lever himself up into the hole in the rock. There was enough room for a man to crawl through it, but not enough to carry Katie. "You push her, I'll pull," shouted Hassad as he disappeared into the tunnel. With a heave of his forearms, Porter hoisted Katie up to the mouth of the tunnel. He pushed her into position, ignoring the cry of pain as she smashed her elbow into the rock. "Just grab his hand," he shouted, struggling to make his voice heard over the crashing of collapsing timbers behind them. Porter pushed her again, then pulled himself up into the vertical tunnel. It measured just 3 feet in diameter. Enough space for a person to crawl through, but only just. The surface of the tunnel was pitted and rough, but there were plenty of places to get a grip on the rock. Using the muscles in his legs to propel himself forwards, his arms pushed Katie up. Hassad was dragging her along with his arms. It was hard going, but they were making steady progress. Porter could hear a couple more explosions behind him, but he reckoned most of the blokes down there must be dead by now. They were lucky just to have made it this far. They were getting closer. Another 10 metres, Porter thought. He could see Katie was using her fingers to try and claw her way to the surface, but she was so desperately weak, it was hard for her to summon the strength to propel herself upwards. Hassad was reaching the surface now. He paused, then pulled himself free of the narrow tunnel. Turning round, he held out a strong hand, pulling Katie up, while Porter pushed her from behind, following swiftly in her wake. They had emerged into a dark cavern that must have once formed a part of the main mine. It was so dark, Porter had no idea how big it was or where it led. The only light was the soft glow sneaking up the tunnel from the fires raging 1 level below them. "Where the hell are we?" said Porter. 1 level below the surface," said Hassad. "It's a big mine, and we were using only a tiny part of it. These tunnels go on for miles." He nodded in front of him. "But to get out, we have to go that way." Porter picked Katie up again and looked ahead. He could see nothing through the darkness. "How far?" "About 700 metres along this tunnel. There should be an old emergency exit that will take us up to the surface." "You think it's on fire?" "How the hell should I know?" snapped Hassad. Porter hoisted Katie onto his back. He was still wondering if Hassad was tricking him, maybe leading him straight into a troop of Hezbollah fighters on the surface. "I'll fight that battle when I get to it," he told himself. "Then we better get moving." From down below, another explosion echoed towards them. There were tons of munitions down there, Porter realized, and one by one the flames were reaching the stockpiles of weaponry, igniting vicious fireballs. The ground beneath them shook, and a pile of dusty debris scattered loose from the ceiling, showering them with fragments of rock and ore. Porter started to pick up the pace, jogging alongside Hassad. As they moved away from the shaft they had climbed up, they lost all contact with the light. Within seconds, they were shrouded in darkness. It was too dangerous to run. They could see nothing, and the path was littered with rocks and pits they could easily trip over. Hassad was hugging the wall, feeling his way forwards with his hands, and Porter was following on behind. The meters were covered painfully slowly. A couple of times Porter could feel himself starting to fall as his feet collided with a rock, and a fall might easily finish Katie off in her weakened condition, but he just about managed to recapture his balance in time. Eventually, they reached a doorway. A light was shining underneath it, the glow of burning flames. Even standing 10 feet from it, Porter could feel an intense heat from the other side. "It's on fire," he said, looking towards Hassad. "There must be another way." Hassad shook his head. "Back there, the mine just goes deeper and deeper underground." "It's burning up over there." "It's the only way," Hassad snapped. "Otherwise we die down here." He took a couple of paces forward. The exit was made from an old metal frame with a wooden door inside it. There was a padlock, but it didn't look very strong. Hassad pushed his shoulder against it, then stepped back a couple of meters and charged the door. It snapped free on impact. The padlock broke away and the rusty hinges collapsed, sending the door crashing to the ground. Porter followed Hassad through. Katie was still clinging to his back, wheezing heavily as a fresh blast of smoke hit them in the face. He was looking into a long, thin room, maybe 30 metres deep by 5 across. A burst of heat hit him in the face. At the far end, he could see the lift that led down to the level below, but it was smashed to pieces and twisted beyond recognition. Flames were licking up from that level, creating the waves of heat that had hit him in the face. Behind the lift shaft, there was a thick, broad channel reaching down into the mine, and above, up to the night sky. Porter reckoned that must have been where the bunker-busting missile came in. Its hardened titanium nose would have pierced the ground and then bored its way easily through the levels of the mine, before exploding viciously deep underground. Bunker busters were designed to take out the reinforced concrete layers that protected nuclear or biological weapons. It was no surprise that it had shredded the mine like a carving knife through a sandwich. Not many countries have access to bunker-busting technology, thought Porter. But the British do. And the Israelis. "This way, quick!" yelled Hassad. "We haven't much time!" Porter now saw he was pointing towards a corridor that led away from the main room. Porter glanced around. The area near the lift where they had come in last night was clearly impassable. The missile had left a pile of burning debris. Even the rock looked red-hot. Touch it, and it would set fire to you instantly. The timbers along the room had ignited and burned, and the floor was now a smouldering mess of ash and embers. There was no way they could cross it. But the corridor Hassad was pointing to looked okay. If I can trust him, thought Porter. Checking that Katie was secure on his back, Porter started to run across the open space towards the corridor. He could feel great waves of raw heat from the lift, and a couple more explosions rocked through the mine in quick succession. The ash and embers on the floor were burning into his feet. Running as fast as he could feel it singeing in the soles of his trainers. The ground was vibrating all around him, and the walls were shaking. Another explosion, and then a vicious fountain of sparks shot upwards from the lift shaft like a display of fireworks. This mine can't take much more punishment, Porter reflected grimly. Any moment now, the whole place is going to blow. Hassad had already turned into the corridor. Porter ran after him. The tunnel was long and thin, twisting up and down through the rock. It was held in place by a series of wooden timbers, many of which were already burning. The heat was searing, like stepping straight into a microwave. Porter could feel the sweat dripping off his skin, and on his back, Katie was coughing viciously, the flannel across her face doing little to control the heavy fumes from the fires all around them. They covered 10, 20, then 30 metres. Porter wasn't sure how much more he could take. The temperature was rising all the time. His head was throbbing, and his vision was starting to blur. Beyond a certain point he knew that men just dropped from heat exhaustion. "We can't make it much further," he shouted to Hassad. "Just another 10 metres." Porter pressed on. He could see the tunnel opening up ahead. There was a wooden structure up in front of them, with flames already licking around it, and beyond that, a rickety wooden staircase that had not yet caught fire. Behind him, the heat was growing more intense by the second, and he'd already heard the sound of rocks crashing to the ground. As they burnt, the timbers could no longer support the weight of the roof. It was groaning, threatening to collapse at any moment. Ignoring Katie's cough, he pushed on harder, picking up the pace. There might only be seconds left before the whole place collapses, he told himself. Each step could well be the last one. The wooden entrance was now covered in flames, and for a moment Porter paused. There was no way through, not without risking setting fire to yourself. Already, Hassad had ripped the shirt from his back. He was using it to beat back the flames, creating a space large enough for a single man. "Take her through," he shouted. "I'll follow on behind." Porter threw himself past Hassad and towards the staircase. It stretched up for 10 steps or so. Suddenly, he heard a scream. "Hassad!" He was shouting something in Arabic. Porter looked round. Part of the wall had come away. Hassad was lying flat on the ground, a heavy timber pinning down his leg and his groin. Flames were licking along the wood, getting closer all the time. He tried to lever himself up so that he could push the timber away, but it was no use. He was trapped, and from the look on his face he knew it. Any moment now, he was going to die. "Help me!" he shouted. Porter rested Katie on the staircase. The flames hadn't reached this far yet, but sparks were spitting all over the place, and the heat was intense, so it might not be long before the steps went up as well. "You're going to be okay?" She nodded. The words ended in another fit of coughing. "Just stay right there," said Porter. "Don't try to move." He turned and ran back towards where Hassad was lying on the ground. The timber wasn't that heavy, no more than 100 pounds, but it was hot. More than half of it was alight now, and the sparks were spitting into Hassad's leg. Porter grabbed it with both hands and started to heave it away. Then he paused. He looked straight at Hassad. "This is the second time I've saved your life," he said. Hassad glanced towards him. "This time I want something in return," said Porter. "You have to help me get Katie out of here and across the border." "Just release me!" shouted Hassad. The flames were getting closer all the time. A couple of sparks spat on his clothes, singeing his skin. Porter could feel his own face burning up and his cheeks reddening. He lowered the burning timber just a fraction, so that it was still pinning Hassad down. "Give me your word." "I'll get her to the border, I swear it!" screamed Hassad. With a heave of his shoulders, Porter hoisted the timber up into the air and tossed it clean away from Hassad's legs. He reached down a hand and grabbed hold of the man, pulling him up to his feet. "Then let's get the fuck out of here," he said, "before the whole bloody place collapses on top of us." Chapter 23. Their way was blocked by what looked to Porter like no more than an old and rusty manhole cover. Unhooking the AK-47 still strapped to his back and flipping the gun around, Porter smashed its butt into the disc, pushing it open. His hands grabbed the sides of the hole and he pulled himself up with one swift movement. He glanced anxiously around to see if anyone could see him, but the way was clear. Instantly, he plunged his hands back into the mine. "Grab hold of these!" he shouted. Katie was just below him, and had enough of her wits about her to grab onto Porter's wrists. He pulled her sharply upwards, dragging her out onto the land. Hassad followed on swiftly behind them. "What do we do now?" said Porter, his voice breathless. "Run like hell," said Hassad. "It's not safe here." Porter hardly had time to take in the scene around them. It was still night time and visibility was limited. They had emerged about 80 metres from the main entrance to the mine. There was a huge crater in the ground where the missile had smashed into the site, throwing up a ton of hot molten rock as it cleaved its way through the ground. A few corpses were scattered around the entrance, men who must have been killed when the missile first struck. However, up to a dozen more were still standing, grouped 20 metres behind that, too far away for them to be able to see Porter. Guys who were on patrol or too far from the missile strike to be killed on the first impact, he reckoned. Probably trying to figure out what the hell has just happened to them, and whether there is anything they can do for the poor bastards trapped down below. Porter grabbed hold of Katie and slung her onto his back. With some food and water and medicine, she might be up to walking soon, but not yet. "Never mind," Porter decided, as he started to walk steadily forwards. "I'll carry her all the way back to London if I have to. It would be worth it just to see the look on that bastard Collinson's face." "This way!" hissed Hassad. He was tabbing across the open ground. The mine was at the centre of a big, open-cast pit, like a moon crater but filled with old and rusting machinery. The banks rose up steeply, taking you back to level ground. But there were pathways and tracks where the trucks must have carried the finished metals they dug here out towards the railways and ports. It was about 30 metres. Heavy going with Katie clinging to your back, but they made it. A couple of times Porter could feel the ground shake beneath them, like the tremors from an earthquake. Some of the soldiers near the entrance, 100 metres behind them, were running around, shouting as holes appeared in the ground where the mine was collapsing. One or two men appeared to have made their way out to the surface, but not many. More explosions, Porter reflected grimly, as he listened to the ground cracking beneath his feet. Finishing off whatever poor sods are still down there. Sweat was pouring off his skin as he marched on. He'd ripped the wet mask off his face. The air up here was clear and fresh, and just getting some oxygen into his lungs was doing him good. But he was half naked, and his body had taken a terrible beating in the past few hours. There were cuts and bruises all over him, and his skin felt charred from the intense heat of the mine. His lungs felt as if he'd just smoked about 2 million cigarettes, and his head was spinning. Even as he walked, the questions were starting to loop through Porter's mind. Who the hell fired that missile? The British? Israelis? But why? If they knew where we were, why not just send in a regiment unit to try and break us out? Whoever fired that monster must have been reckoning to kill everyone in the mine, including us. As they reached the top of the pathway, Porter laid Katie on the ground. Up over the ridge, the first glimmers of dawn were starting to break through the night sky. Must be 5:30, maybe 6 in the morning, Porter thought. Saturday, the day scheduled for the execution. But the danger was far from over. Indeed, it might be just beginning. I've no idea where the border is or how far we are from safety. He knelt down and wiped some of the soot away from Katie's forehead with the palm of his hand. Christ, we better keep this girl away from a mirror for the next couple of days, he thought. Her eyes were like a couple of squashed tomatoes, and her complexion had turned the mucky grey of school dinner stew. There were scabs across her cheek where she had been cut, and her body was wasting into little more than a skeleton with some ill-fitting skin stretched over it. "We're getting you home," he said. "Thanks," she croaked. "Just hang in there, that's all." They had passed just where the mine met an old road, made from broken and chipped concrete. Porter was already looking at Hassad suspiciously, wondering if he could be trusted to keep his word, or if he was about to call out to his mate. "Over there," hissed Hassad, pointing towards a tin shack with half its roof blown away. "There's a car we can use. We stashed a few around the edge of this mine in case we needed a quick escape. The keys are left in them, and there's fuel in the tank." Only another 20 metres, Porter thought. They were even further from the Hezbollah guards now, and unlikely to be spotted. But he wasn't sure Katie should be carried any longer. "Bring it here," he muttered. Hassad jogged across the road. Again, Porter wondered if he'd escape. Maybe go and get his mates and come and capture Katie again, or just escape in the car. He checked the AK-47 on his back, making sure there was still some ammo left in its magazine. If he had to, he'd take the bastard down and escape on foot himself. But Hassad had given his word when he saved his life back there in the mine, just so long as he kept it. The car was an old grey VW Polo, with what looked to Porter like 100,000 miles on the clock. It reeked of diesel and cigarette fumes. Its engine roared and stuttered, but seemed to be spinning fine. Hassad twisted the wheel around, pulling it up next to Porter, and flung the door open. Porter grabbed Katie, pulled back the passenger seat, and laid her flat down on the back. She was in no state to sit up, he judged. He pulled the seatbelt down to fasten it around her, so that she wouldn't get knocked around too much. There was no telling what kind of roads they might meet, nor what kind of opposition. "Drive carefully," he muttered towards Hassad. "She can't take much more. We still have to get past the soldiers." "Do what? You think they're going to be happy to see you drive off with their hostage?" "You bloody promised you'd get us to the border." "But my promise doesn't extend to the rest of Hezbollah." Porter looked round. They were on a ridge on the top of the open-cast mine. The road twisted around its edge before linking up with the main highway about a mile away. Porter didn't know how many soldiers had remained on the surface and survived the missile strike, but enough to put up a stout resistance should they catch wind of what was afoot. Behind them was a tall, rocky set of mountains. The dawn was starting to break through now, spreading a fresh orange light across the landscape. And yet, as Porter surveyed the rocks, he could see there was no way through. Not by car, anyway. They might be able to make their way on foot, but the condition they were in, and without any water or supplies, they might easily die within a few miles. "Is there a safe road?" said Porter. Hassad shook his head, gunning up the engine at the same time. "Do we look like idiots?" he said. "We chose this old mine because it's simple to monitor anything coming in or out. You take the main road, which always has some guards on it, or else you have to walk through the mountains and desert. But that's a hard and difficult journey." Hassad tapped his foot on the accelerator. The Polo roared and started to rev, then spun along the track, kicking up a cloud of dust as it did so. "They think we're still down in that mine, and that means they think we're dead," said Hassad. "They won't be looking for us." Porter glanced round. Katie was lying motionless on the seat. Her eyes were half closed and she was breathing slowly. They had to get her some food and water soon. She wasn't going to last much longer. "How far is it to the border?" Porter asked himself again. The Polo was powering steadily. Around the perimeter of the open-cast mine was about half a mile, and for its age, the VW had plenty of acceleration left in it. Hassad was just keeping the engine ticking over, not trying to push it too fast. The road was rough and pitted with stones, and even if he did try to push it above 50 miles an hour, he'd probably just crack the suspension. "Put your head down while I drive past the soldiers," muttered Hassad, "and then we just need to get through the roadblock." Porter ducked. He buried his head in his knees. In that position, if they drove past anyone at speed, they probably wouldn't notice him. He glanced back at Katie. No need to hide her. She was already lying flat on her back. As he dipped his head below the windscreen, Porter could see they were approaching the main road on the far side of the mine. A makeshift roadblock had been set up across the track. It consisted of 2 mounds of old tyres with a wooden bar slung between them. Normally, Porter reckoned, there would be 2 or 3 soldiers there monitoring who came into and out of the mine. But there was so much chaos down below where the missile had struck, there was just one guy sitting by the side of the road, an AK-47 cradled in his arms. At his side, Porter could see Hassad tapping his foot hard on the accelerator. "There may be an impact when we go through the bar," said Hassad. "Steady yourself." "Won't they let you through?" "This is Hezbollah," said Hassad proudly. "Nobody comes in and out of this mine without their vehicle being checked." Porter put his hands around his head. The Polo was accelerating now, touching 60. Suddenly there was a crunching noise, as the nose of the car collided with a wooden pole. Porter was thrown forward, his head bashing against the cheap plastic of the glove compartment. In the back, Katie jerked upwards and groaned in pain. The Polo swerved to the right as the impact deflected it off its path. Hassad was gripping the steering wheel, pulling it back onto the track. Behind them, Porter could hear shouting, and then a rapid burst of gunfire exploded behind them. Porter heard the sickening crunch of a bullet colliding with the back of the car. It pierced the steel skin of the vehicle, but lodged itself harmlessly in the boot. Porter glanced again at Katie. There was no chance of moving her now, Porter realized, too dangerous. But lying on the back seat, she was the most vulnerable of any of them. Any bullets that pierced the back window were heading straight for her. "Can't you move any bloody faster?" he shouted. "I'm trying!" yelled Hassad. His foot was jamming hard on the accelerator, but instead of gaining power, the Polo was losing it. The speedometer had touched 65 as they burst through the wooden barrier and started heading down the slope that led towards the main road. But now it was slowly dropping down to 60, then 55. Porter glanced in the wing mirror. The soldier had climbed on board a motorbike. His assault rifle was slung over his back, but there was a pistol clearly visible in the belt of his trousers. The bike was roaring fast, gaining on them with every metre they covered. Hassad's grip tightened on the steering wheel as he tried to move them back onto the centre of the road. "He's on a bike," Porter growled. "The car won't move. The tyre is punctured." "Fuck it!" The Polo was still slowing, dropping down to 45 now. Must be the back wheel, Porter thought grimly. There was no way the car was going to build up any speed with the back tyre blown out. He could see exactly what was about to happen. The bike was going to overtake them within not much more than a minute. The soldier would spin past them, stop the bike in the middle of the road, then turn his AK-47 on them. Hassad might be one of the leaders of this gang, Porter told himself, but he'd seen these boys in action. Everything was sacrificed to the cause. And everybody. If they thought he was pissing off with their hostage, they wouldn't hesitate to shoot him. And the hostage. "I'm bailing out," snapped Porter. "Keep driving." Before Hassad had a chance to reply, Porter had flung open the door on the Polo. As it ripped through the air, Porter curled himself into a ball and kicked back with his legs. Hitting the ground with a heavy thump, 100 bolts of pain started shooting up through his spine as his back absorbed the impact of the fall. It was only a couple of feet from the Polo's passenger seat to the dirt track they were driving down, but it felt like at least 100. He rolled, keeping his body as curved as possible to smooth the landing, but he was still moving fast over the ground, his naked back taking a dozen different cuts and bruises from the pebbles littering the path. He could hear a horrible crunching sound where his ankle hit a stone, and prayed to God it wasn't broken. No time to worry about it now, he told himself. I could be dead before the next 5 seconds are up. The AK-47 was still in his right hand. Porter rolled to his feet, steadied himself by the side of the road, then whipped the gun into his fists. The Polo was still moving away down the side of the hill, and in its wake, the motorbike was accelerating fast. A Honda, Porter noted, with at least a 1-litre engine. The machine should be able to reach 80 or 90 on a track like this, and it was probably hitting those speeds now. He gripped the AK-47 tight in his hands, his fingers closing down on the trigger. The bike was close now, but amid the dust kicked up in the Polo's trail, it was unlikely its driver would have noticed Porter bailing out. The bike sped past. In the same instant, Porter slammed his finger into the trigger of the AK-47, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets. The munitions ripped through the bike. The sound of metal colliding with metal cracked through the still morning air. Porter took a step forward. He kept his finger glued to the trigger, the bullet still rattling out of the barrel of his gun, tracking the target as it moved across the rust surface of the ground. The bike was wobbling. Some petrol had started to leak from its tank, and the driver had taken a couple of bullets to the back and at least one to the leg. He was hanging on, desperately, to the machine beneath him. Enough of his brain was still working to know that the bike was now his best chance of escaping the attack. But the machine was spinning violently out of control now. The bullets had severed the brake lines, and even though it was losing power fast, the driver had no way of slowing it down as he tried to straighten up and get down the hill. It twisted brutally, and the man no longer had the strength to hold on to its jerking handlebars. He was spun out across the dirt track, while the bike crashed into a rock close to the edge of the road. The front wheel broke off on impact, rolling down the hill, while the rest of the bike fell to the ground, the engine still coughing and spluttering. Porter took another step forward. The man was 15 metres in front of him on the road. He was reaching down for the pistol tucked into the belt of his trousers. There was blood pouring out of the wounds in his back, but he still had enough life left in him to hold a gun. Porter raised the sights of his AK-47 to his eyes and squeezed the trigger. One bullet, then two, then three, smashed into his chest. Porter moved the AK-47 just a fraction of a millimetre, keeping his finger squeezed on the trigger. The next 3 bullets smashed into his neck and chin, blowing his face wide open. The gun dropped from his hand. The man fell dead into the dust all around him. Porter started to jog down the road, looking anxiously for the Polo. If Hassad wanted to escape, this was his moment. The light was rising all around the mine now. He could see the car had pulled up about 200 metres down the road. Glancing behind him, Porter didn't think any more soldiers were giving chase. He ran faster, flinging back the door of the car and jumping inside. "Let's get the hell out of here," he muttered, "before any more of the bastards come after us." "Those bastards are my people," said Hassad. Porter paused. The AK-47 was still gripped in his hand. It would take just a fraction of a second to kill Hassad. And if he had to, he would. From the look on his face, he guessed that Hassad understood that. "We made a deal," he snapped. "Just get us to the border, and this is all over." Chapter 24. They had been gone for around an hour, Porter calculated, and 20 minutes of that was spent by the roadside with the two men changing the burst tyre on the Polo as quickly as they could. Porter kept his eyes on the road around them, trying to get a fix on where they were. According to Hassad, they were still in northern Lebanon, but up close to the Syrian border. The road was decent enough, Porter noted. Half a mile from the mine they hit some fresh tarmac, and even though the Polo had taken a couple of bullets to its rear, it seemed to be driving okay. They'd get there, just so long as nobody else started shooting at them on the way. It was a day's drive to the Israeli border, Hassad had said, a total of 110 miles, but the territory was rough as you got closer to Israel, and progress would be slow. Porter wanted to drive straight there, but Hassad insisted they stop first. He'd take them to a safe house he knew first. They would get themselves cleaned up, then complete the journey. "No! Just get us there," said Porter. Hassad was adamant. Katie needed some fluids in her. Without them, she was probably going to die. And the Lebanese-Israeli border was the heaviest, most heavily militarized on the planet. Without any proper weapons, they didn't stand a chance of getting through. Porter glanced a few times at Katie, but she seemed to have fallen asleep. Porter reached back to check her pulse. It was weak, fading all the time. "Hang in there," Porter muttered under his breath. "I didn't go to all this trouble just to bring a corpse across the border." His own condition wasn't too bad. The shirt had long since been ripped off his back, and he'd taken a battering to his back when he jumped out of the car. His jeans had been torn in a couple of places, and the soles of his trainers had been burnt when they were escaping from the burning mine. There was a hole in the left shoe, and the right one wasn't in much better shape. His chest was a mass of cuts and bruises, and there wasn't even any water in the car to start washing them. "Hassad's right. I need to get myself cleaned up," he told himself. "There's still a long way to go before we get out of this hellhole." "Here," said Hassad. He pulled the Polo up outside a modest one-story house, set 500 metres back from the main road. There was a petrol station about a mile up the road, and 800 or 900 metres back there was a warehouse. Otherwise the place was completely isolated. A set of hills rose up behind the house, and there was flat plain in front of it. But the ground was too dusty, dry and hard for anything other than a few rough-looking bushes to grow. Safe enough, Porter decided. They could rest for a couple of hours, get themselves back in shape, and get the hell out of here. Hassad had fished out some keys from a compartment hidden inside the spare wheel. There were at least a dozen on the ring. Hezbollah kept a string of safe houses within a short drive of the mine, he explained. They permanently expected Israeli tanks to come rolling across the border towards them, and were always prepared to evacuate in a hurry. All the keys to safe houses were kept in the cars hidden around the perimeter of the mine. Anyone could grab one at any time and make a clean getaway if the mine came under attack. Preparation, thought Porter. They plan every move meticulously. That's what makes them such a dangerous enemy. He picked Katie up from the back seat of the car, cradling her in his arms. She was half asleep, but also half unconscious. Hassad had already pushed the door open. It was just after 8 in the morning, and there was a slight chill breeze in the air, but the house was warm enough. He followed Hassad through from the hallway into the main room. There wasn't much furniture. The walls were painted plain white, and there was a sofa and a couple of cheap wicker chairs, but at least it was clean, and it was the most luxurious place Porter had seen since he left Beirut Airport. He laid Katie down on the sofa. She moaned softly as his arm caught one of her many bruises. Porter looked over to Hassad. "We need food and medicine," he said. "She's in a bad way." They walked through to the kitchen area. Even without the full tour, it didn't take Porter long to get the layout of the place. It had everything you'd expect of a safe house. A few places to keep down, a kitchen well stocked with dried and tinned foods and plenty of water, a cabinet bursting with every kind of medicine you could think of, and a stash of weapons. There was a TV and a radio, and the house even had a small oil-fired generator to keep the power supply secure. But there was no sign of a phone. If there had been, Porter might have checked in with the firm and organised a chopper to come and lift them out. But it would be quicker to try and get to the border themselves, and he still didn't trust Hassad enough to rely on him to organise a safe line back to London. Porter grabbed a bottle of water, some cereals and dried crackers, and some medicine. He knelt down beside Katie. Putting his hand to her forehead, he could tell that she was running a slight temperature. There was a film of sweat over her body, and her eyes were still very swollen. Porter had some basic medical training back in the regiment, but it was years since he tried to use it. He stripped her down to just her knickers. He grabbed some cotton wool and some disinfectant and started to fix the cuts across her skin. She winced as he treated the worst tears with raw alcohol, washing them carefully, then spreading thick strips of plaster across them. Within moments, she looked more like an Egyptian mummy than a woman. He rifled through the medicines he'd collected from the chest. Among them was some penicillin. He quickly unwrapped a syringe and jabbed it into her arm. She winced, but she was still too weak to register much of what was happening. Next, he took some blood plasma and pumped that into the vein as well. Along with the fluids, that should help her pull through the next 12 hours or so they needed to get to the border. Then they could get her to a hospital. Right now, some sleep will probably do her more good than anything else. He patched up some of his own wounds, then grabbed a fresh pair of jeans, a t-shirt and a pair of trainers. The shoes were a size 10, a size bigger than his own feet, but at least they didn't have a hole in them. He mixed up a bowl of cereal with some dried milk and wolfed it down. It tasted like stale cardboard, but it was the first thing he'd had to eat in ages, and at least there was some strength in it. All I need now is a vodka, he thought. Porter glanced around. Hassad was standing behind him with an AK-47 he'd just taken from the stockroom clutched to his hand. "Shit," Porter muttered. "Don't worry," said Hassad. "I've had enough chances to kill you already. Maybe I should have taken them. I've said I'll get you to the border, and I will. I'm just equipping myself with some kit in case we get attacked again." "I thought you said this was a safe house." "This is the Lebanon," said Hassad with a shrug. "Nowhere is safe." Porter had already checked out the munitions room. It was a big store cupboard just off the small kitchen. From a distance, it looked like a larder. Inside, there was enough weaponry to have a crack at taking Tel Aviv single-handed. Porter counted 12 assault rifles, each with a couple of 100 rounds of ammunition. There were 6 boxes of hand grenades, neatly stacked, 2 RPG launchers, 1 machine gun, plus a couple of belts of rounds, and a selection of handguns, hunting knives, ropes, handcuffs, and chains. Porter finished eating his cereal, then suddenly stopped. He could hear something. Out in the scrubland, he was sure of it. He moved swiftly towards the window. Scanning the land outside, he couldn't see anything. A couple of trucks rolled by in the distance, but none of them seemed to be stopping. There were no cars parked anywhere in view apart from the polo outside, but still, he felt he'd heard something. A voice. An English voice. "Got any binoculars?" he said to Hassad. After rooting around in the munitions store, Hassad returned with a cheap pair of field glasses. "You think there's someone out there?" "I'm sure of it." He scanned the landscape once more. At first glance, all he could see was scrubland. Acres and acres of dust stretched into the distance. "No," he told himself. "There is something there. I'm sure of it. A man." He flicked the field glasses a fraction of a millimetre to the left, twisting the lenses to increase the magnification. A man was lying flat on his belly. He was covered head to toe in a dusty-coloured uniform, effectively camouflaging him. To the naked eye, he was just a ridge of dirt in the ground. Porter locked the binoculars tight onto him. The man was 50 metres away, between the road and the house. Although he was flat on the ground, he was advancing steadily towards them. He passed the glasses across to Hassad. "We're under attack," he said. "How many?" "I can only see one guy," said Porter. "But there will be more of them. We can be sure of that." Somewhere behind him he heard a crash. He ran to the back of the house. A fragmentation grenade had been lobbed through the window. Glass was shattered across the floor. The grenade was lying in the hallway. There was no time to get rid of it before it blew. Porter clamped his mouth shut and ran towards Katie. He hauled her over his back, ran towards the front door and flung it open. Looking around desperately, his eyes were searching for some cover. Without it, they were about to get cut down like dogs. There was a small wall close to where they had parked the Polo, only 4 feet high but just tall enough to provide some shelter. "Get the fuck out of there!" he shouted at Hassad. He dived towards the wall, flinging himself and Katie to the ground. Behind him, he could hear the grenade blowing inside the building, throwing a cloud of dust and smoke into the air. In the same moment, Hassad emerged, coughing and spluttering from the house. He must have taken a lungful of fumes when the grenade blew, Porter guessed. Let's just hope it's not enough to put him out of action. There could be a dozen of the bastards out there. Are they Hezbollah? Porter asked himself. Maybe Hassad only brought me here so he could finish us both off. Katie was muttering something, but there was no time to listen to her now. He unhooked the AK-47 from his back and checked there was still some ammo left in the clip. Hassad was running towards them, covering the 10 metres from the house to the wall. He hurled himself down next to the others and promptly threw up on the dusty ground. "Puke it up, man," Porter snapped. "It's the only way to get the bloody smoke out of your lungs." Another explosion rocked through the house. Porter turned round. They must have put at least 2, maybe 3 grenades into the place, igniting the munitions dump. A huge fireball rocked up into the sky, followed by a heavy cloud of thick black smoke. Porter tried to ignore it. A diversion, he told himself. The bastards are trying to move us out of here. Then they can gun us down. Porter found a gap in the wall. Carefully, he slipped the AK-47 through it, so that only his hand was exposed, and even that was mostly protected by the muzzle of the assault rifle. He squeezed hard on the trigger, unleashing a barrage of fire into the space directly in front of them. He heard a man scream, then another one. The bastards were charging me, he noted with grim satisfaction. But who the hell are they? And how do they know we were here? "Lay down some fucking fire!" he shouted at Hassad. He pulled the AK-47 back from the wall, discarding the empty clip. Glass and plaster had blown out of the house, covering the area with debris. He could feel the dirt clinging to his face. A hole had been blown in the roof, and waves of intense heat were billowing out of the burning building. "Fucking fire!" he screamed. Hassad spat the last of the vomit heaving out of his chest onto the ground. He lifted his head to the edge of the wall, his finger poised on the trigger of his gun. "Keep your fucking head down!" shouted Porter, jamming a fresh clip into his own rifle. "They're coming straight at us!" Both guns were lodged over the wall, and Porter and Hassad fired in unison, unleashing a lethal barrage of bullets. Porter heard another scream, and the sound of a man roaring with pain. Suddenly, there was a thump as something collided with the wall. He felt his heart skip a beat. In the next instant, a man had landed on the ground just 5 feet from where Porter was positioned. He was about 6 foot tall with a stocky build and jet black hair. His skin was tanned and lined, but he didn't look more than 30. He didn't look like an Arab, either, Porter noted. He crashed straight into Hassad, knocking him to the ground. Blood was pouring from his shoulder where he must have taken a bullet while charging the wall. His gun had fallen to the ground, but a hunting knife was gripped in the palm of his right hand and was pointing straight at Hassad's throat. Porter aimed the AK-47 at him and tried to line up a shot. It was too difficult. As the 2 men struggled, they turned into a blur. Shoot, and the chances were he'd kill Hassad as well. Glancing at the wall, he could see that there were no more men jumping over. He threw the gun aside and jumped across to where the two men were wrestling. Hassad was lying on the ground. His right hand was sticking up, gripping his assailant's arm, trying to stop him plunging the knife straight into him. Porter rammed a fist straight into the man's ribcage. It was as hard as rock. The man barely flinched. He spat down into Hassad's face. "Die, you bastard," he said. Porter punched again. This time the blow connected, and he could feel a rib cracking under the force of the blow. The man groaned. He spat a mouthful of his blood down onto Hassad's chest. Porter clenched his fist, drew his arm back, and smashed it into exactly the same spot. He could feel the man's ribcage splintering. One, maybe even two bones cracked open as the blow hit home. He screamed in pain, rolling off Hassad onto the dusty ground. In the same moment, the knife in his hand lashed out. Porter leapt backwards, narrowly avoiding the blade slicing open his stomach. He stamped hard, bringing his new trainer down on the man's hand. The knife fell away. Porter ground his foot down, making sure the fingers were driven down into the dirt. With the other foot, he kicked hard into the man's stomach. The wind emptied out of him, and more blood dribbled out of his lips. Hassad had already picked himself up from the ground. He had grabbed hold of the knife and was holding it tight into the man's throat. "Who the fuck are you?" Porter growled. The man remained mutely silent. Porter paused. Glancing again over the short wall, he could see 3 bodies. All of them looked dead, killed as they tried to run into the wall. At his side, the safe house was still burning, throwing off an intense heat. It looked like there had been a total of 4 men making the assault, and they had now dealt with all of them. He looked back at the man. "I said, who the fuck are you?" The man looked back at him. His eyes were bloodshot and swollen, but although there was fear in his expression, there was defiance as well. "Piss off!" he spat. Even through a couple of broken teeth and a mouthful of blood, Porter recognized the accent. A Scouser. "What the fuck are you doing out here?" he said. "There's nothing to nick. Now, tell me who sent you." "Fuck off!" Porter glanced towards Hassad. "Cut him," he snapped. "Work on the gunshot wound." Hassad leant into the man's chest. He ripped open his shirt and sliced open a wide, deep cut in his shoulder. Blood bubbled up out of the open wound, spilling down into the ground. Porter knelt down, leaning into the man's ear. He picked up a handful of dust and dirt and chucked it into the open wound. "The Arabs are fucking savages, and so am I," he said. "Now just tell us, and then you can go out and sleep in the scrub with your mates." There were tears of pain streaming down the man's cheeks. Porter punched him hard in the stomach. He coughed violently, and a fresh river of blood tipped out of the gaping wound in his stomach. "Just tell me," Porter growled, "and I'll let you fuck off to the great Scouser nicking shop in the sky." "We work for Connaught Security," he shouted. "Peregrine Collinson is ultimately in charge of it. He sent us out here to kill you." Porter slammed another foot into the man's stomach. "Fucking mercenaries," he spat. "There's a lot of competition for who's the lowest scum in this hellhole, but I reckon you blokes are right at the bottom." "I'm bloody through with bastards trying to kill me," he told himself. "I'm going to take it out on someone." "Why?" Another half pint of blood spilt onto the dusty ground. "Why?" shouted Porter, louder this time. But the man's eyes had already closed. "I already know why," Porter thought, "and the only man I have left to speak to is Collinson himself." Chapter 25. Katie felt heavy in Porter's arms. He lifted her clean from the ground and ran quickly towards the car. The safe house might be isolated, and there wasn't much in the way of law and order in this part of Lebanon, but the explosions in the house would attract attention. We don't want to be around when the police or the Hezbollah militia show up, Porter thought. "Want me to finish him?" said Hassad, pointing towards the wounded man on the ground. "Let him die slowly," said Porter. "A quick death is too good for that bastard." With Katie still in his arms, Porter ran across to the Polo. She needed rest, and the firefight had only made her worse. If he didn't treat her gently, she wasn't going to make it through the next few hours. Waves of heat were rolling out of the house as the flames licked up inside it. Across the scrubland that separated it from the road, there were 3 dead bodies, all of them lying face down in the dirt, their bodies shot to pieces. It hadn't been much of an attack, Porter reflected grimly. Whoever that bastard Collinson was using to do his dirty work for him, it wasn't Regiment guys. These blokes had no proper training. First, they'd tried to kill them with fragmentation grenades inside the house, and when that hadn't worked, they'd created a diversion with some more grenades, and reckoned that would be enough to allow them to charge the wall. Idiots, thought Porter. The regiment would have taught them that a well-dug-in target with plenty of ammunition had to be taken by surprise or ground down slowly and relentlessly. Otherwise you were just committing suicide. He flung open the door of the Polo, but it came away clean in his hand. The car had been caught in the crossfire as Porter and Hassad had opened fire with their AK-47s and been shot to pieces. The windscreen had been shattered and the petrol tank pierced, spilling its fuel out over the ground. It was a miracle the thing hadn't gone up in flames. "Sod it," he muttered. "Now we've no transport." "We can't walk," snapped Hassad. "It's still 100 miles to the Israeli border." Porter nodded to the petrol station a mile up the road. He waved his AK-47, then slipped it over his shoulder, making sure he slipped a fresh mag of ammo into place as he did so. "Then we'll just have to borrow one," he said, "and I reckon one of these could be pretty persuasive." He still didn't have a watch on, but by now he reckoned it must be at least 11 on Saturday morning. The sun had risen in the sky, but it wasn't especially hot, no more than a mild 20 degrees centigrade. He was still carrying Katie on his back, though. He was cut, bruised, and exhausted, and he had no idea when, if ever, they were going to get home. They paused 100 metres short of the filling station. It was a small place. 4 pumps on a dusty forecourt with a back office and a repair shop. Porter reckoned the best plan was to wait for a driver to pull up, then hit him just after he'd paid for his petrol. If you're going to nick a car, you might as well take one with a full tank, he told himself with a half smile. The mechanic glanced up at them suspiciously as he walked across the forecourt to the car he was working on. Maybe he's seen the guns on our backs, thought Porter. Or maybe this is the kind of road where you don't talk to strangers. He scanned the highway. A couple of trucks rolled by, then a van, but nobody was stopping for petrol. It was Saturday morning and business was probably slow anyway. Porter put Katie down at the side of the road. Hassad was sitting next to her, gripping the side of his shoulder with his hand. "I need a doctor," he said. "I'm hurt." Glancing towards him, Porter couldn't see what the fuss was about. There was blood where the knife had cut into him, but it was only a field injury. "You'll be okay," he snapped. "Once we get to the border, you can get yourself sorted." "I need a doctor now," he said. "There's a place nearby we can go. It's safe." Porter shrugged. "What we really need is a drink. But I suppose it isn't going to do us any harm to get ourselves fixed up before we try to travel much further. God knows how many more people are going to attack us before we manage to get across to Israel."
This ends Disc 8 of Strike Back. Strike Back. Disc 9.
He still wasn't sure whether he trusted Hassad. But it wasn't Hezbollah who had just attacked them. It was Collinson's men. I can trust Hassad more than my own side. "I'll take the mechanic," said Hassad. He started walking towards the garage. Porter watched from a distance, noting a couple of shouts as Hassad knocked the man out, then tied him up. A Fiat van came up the road, turning into the garage. One driver, Porter noted. The van had pulled up next to a diesel pump, and the driver was filling his tank. After he finished, he walked towards the office to pay. Porter could see that Hassad was waiting for him, his AK-47 still strapped to his back. Within seconds, Hassad had pointed the gun at the man, taken his keys off him, then bound and gagged him. He ran back out onto the forecourt towards the van. The engine was still warm and started with the first turn of the key. He gripped the wheel, slammed his foot on the accelerator, and turned the Fiat round, steering back towards the side of the road. "Get the hell in," he said, pulling up alongside Porter and Katie. "We haven't got much time." There were some chickens in the back of the van, live ones, trussed up 3 to a crate. Hassad put Katie alongside them, then climbed into the passenger seat. 10 kilometres, straight ahead, he snapped. "Then we'll see the doctor." "Why not go straight to the bloody border?" Porter growled. "I told you, I need the doctor," said Hassad. "And I need to get out of this crap hole." "Then you can do it by yourself." Porter paused. It was a possibility. He had the van, and Katie was probably well enough to survive the journey. The plasma and fluids pumped into her at the safe house had perked her up already. But it was 100 miles to the border, and it was heavily fortified. He had a hostage he'd snatched from Hezbollah with him. They controlled this territory, and they'd be looking for both of them. "I need help, and in this hellhole, Hassad is likely to be the only person I can even begin to rely on." "We only stop for an hour, maximum," said Porter. 1 hour, said Hassad, nodding. "Then we hit the border." He put on the radio. There was some terrible local pop music, then the news bulletin. It was 11 in the morning. Outside the sun was up now, but some clouds were starting to drift across the sky. The road was long and straight. A stretch of tarmac rolled out like a carpet across an arid and dry piece of scrubland. A few miles up ahead, Porter could see a turning off to the left and a dusty grey smudge on the landscape that looked like a village. In the back of the van, some of the chickens were starting to squawk as Porter slammed his foot hard on the accelerator, pushing the van up close to its top speed of 90 miles an hour. On the radio, the newsreader was talking in Arabic. The sound washed past Porter. He was too busy concentrating on the road. Then he heard the words, "Katie Dartmouth." Porter turned the volume up. "What's he saying?" he asked, glancing across at Hassad. Hassad raised a hand. He was listening intently to the broadcast. In the back of the van, Katie had woken up. Porter could see her lifting herself up. Her eyes looked clearer, and some of the vigour had returned to her skin. She still looks pretty terrible, but she's a tough young woman. With the right treatment, she's going to be okay again. "They're talking about—" she started. "Quiet!" Porter hissed. They waited a few more seconds until the broadcast finished. When the terrible Arabic singing started up again, Porter leant across to switch off the sound. "What was he saying?" "Here," said Hassad, pointing to the turning. "The doctor is down this road." Porter flicked the indicator and started to pull the van across the corner. "What were they saying about Katie?" "They don't know anything," said Hassad. "Nothing about the explosion?" Porter looked across at Hassad. His face was tight and taut, as if the muscles in his skin were being stretched out on a rack. "They are just saying the execution is scheduled for 8 o'clock this evening." The road was rough, just a dirt track, and there were a few goats grazing alongside it. The village up ahead looked to be no more than a single street nestling into the side of a hill, with a dozen houses, a shop, and a couple of workshops. Up in the hills behind there were some cultivated fields, making a break from the scrubland all around them. "Why are Hezbollah saying nothing about an attack?" he asked, looking back at Hassad. "Because they don't want to admit it," said Hassad. "But Katie's with us," said Porter. "They must know that." "Then it looks like they're planning on getting her back by 8 tonight. This is their country, remember. So long as they find her, then the execution can still go ahead." Porter pulled the van up on the side of the road. A farmer was heading up towards the hills with a tractor and a donkey. He turned round, looking at the van suspiciously. Then, when he saw Hassad climb out, quickly turned back and started driving faster. Porter killed the engine and got down from the driver's seat. As he did so, he unhooked the AK-47 from his back and tucked it under his arm. He could feel the smooth wood of the weapon next to his skin and checked the mag. Plenty of ammo, he noted, feeling reassured by that. It doesn't matter what the PR department at Hezbollah is telling or not telling people, he reminded himself. There's no execution tonight. We'll fight our way out of here by ourselves if we have to. A cat was snarling at them as Porter helped Katie down onto the track. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded. Her legs were wobbling, and she clung onto Porter for support, but there was enough strength in her knees for her to stand. I think so." "Good girl." The street smelt of dried olives and raisins. It was around midday now, and there were no people on the street of the tiny village. There were some fruit and vegetables on sale at the single shop, but Hassad had already walked through an open doorway ahead of them. Porter took Katie's arm, guiding her forward. She was walking unsteadily like a toddler. "Ever broken a leg?" Porter asked. Katie shook her head. "You've been strapped to a stake for a week by these bastards," said Porter. "The nerves in your legs have packed up, same as when you have a plaster cast on. It takes a week or two to learn how to walk properly again. You'll need some physio. You can get used to anything." "Like your fingers," she said, looking down at the hand that she was holding onto. "Yeah, that took a lot of getting used to." "How did it happen?" "That bastard's lot right up there," said Porter, nodding towards Hassad. "How?" "It's a long story," interrupted Porter. "I'll tell you about it over a long, cool beer when we're tucked up on a couple of first-class seats on the British Airways flight home." "That would be nice," she said, attempting a smile. As her lips creased up, Porter could see that the cuts and bruises covering her were making her wince with pain. They were following Hassad into a small building 2 doors down from the shop. It was basically one room, measuring 20 feet by 15. There was a kitchen at one end and a curtain sealing off a bedroom area at the other. The only light was coming through a couple of skylights built into the roof. Close to the door, there was a desk and a chair and a collection of elderly pieces of medical equipment, some scales, a blood pressure pump, a stethoscope, and a few reusable syringes. Out of the shadows, there emerged a woman. She was dressed entirely in black, with a face like a pickled walnut. Her eyes were piercing, but her skin was dried up, as if she had been left out in the sun for too long, and she walked with a slight stoop. From the way she looked up at Hassad, it was clear that she knew him, but there was no smile, nor any kind of greeting. She merely pointed at the chair and waited for him to sit down. Hassad took off his sweatshirt. The woman examined the shoulder silently. The knife had dug into the skin, then been twisted, creating a nasty corkscrew wound. Porter had seen those kind of injuries before. Indeed, he'd taken a few himself over the years, and although they hurt like hell, he knew they weren't serious. Taking a swab of cotton wool, the woman drenched it with raw alcohol and pushed it hard into the raw skin. Porter winced. He knew how painful that was. He admired the way Hassad sat there impassively, taking the pain with nothing more than the clenching of a fist to suggest what he was going through. When she'd finished, she bound up the wound with gauze. Next, the woman looked at Katie. She worked quickly and swiftly, checking where Porter had patched up her cuts and wounds, redressing them and then giving her another dose of antibiotics. She muttered a few words to Hassad in Arabic. "She's going to be fine," Hassad said to Porter. "She needs a few days in hospital with maybe a drip to get some fluids and calories back into her, but apart from that, she'd be okay." Porter could see the look of relief on Katie's face. She was getting stronger by the minute, and you could see it in her face and eyes. Just knowing she had a chance of escaping had brought her back to life again. "Now you," said Hassad, pointing Porter towards the chair. "I'm fine," Porter growled. "She needs to check you out." "I said I'm fine," snapped Porter. "A few cuts and bruises, that's all. Nothing I can't handle. Now let's get the hell out of here before the rest of your mates show up and start trying to chop people's bloody heads off again." The small room was dark and gloomy, but even in the dismal light it was possible to see that Hassad's face was reddening with anger. "She needs to look at your teeth." Porter laughed. "I'll get a check-up when I get home, thanks," he said with a rough grin. "I'll even make sure I floss regularly." "Your teeth, now!" Hassad snapped. He was standing just 2 feet from Porter, with the old woman another 3 feet behind him. Porter was looking hard into his eyes, still questioning whether he could trust the man. "Let's just get—" "If you won't let me do this, there's no point in trying to get to the border. This is ridiculous." Hassad moved closer, so that he was standing just a foot in front of Porter. "They sent a missile straight into the mine," he said, his voice calm and controlled, but with a thread of anger running through it. "We were tracked to the safe house. They know exactly where we are." "You mean—" said Katie. She hobbled towards John and Hassad, using the desk for support. She was looking from one man to another, her face confused. "You mean the missile was a British one?" Hassad nodded curtly. "British or Israeli? A bunker-busting missile is a sophisticated piece of kit." Porter paused. He already knew that was true. If it was a bunker-busting bomb that attacked the mine, then it was almost certainly a GBU-28, a piece of kit manufactured by Lockheed in America but sold to both the British and Israeli air forces. It was made up of 80% TNT and 20% aluminium powder, which powered up the conventional explosive. On tests, the GBU-28 had blasted its way through 20 feet of concrete and cut through as many as 15 different layers of bunker. It had probably been delivered by 2 fighter jets, one to mark the target and a second to deliver 2 bombs. It was the only weapon capable of causing the kind of damage seen in the mine, and not many people had them. "And the soldiers who attacked us just now, they were British as well?" Hassad glanced at Porter. "You tell her." "They worked for a firm called Connaught Security," said Porter. "It's a private military corporation operating throughout the Middle East. It's run by Peregrine Collinson." Katie slumped back. Suddenly, Porter noticed the blood seemed to have drained from her face. "If they knew where we are, why didn't they come in and rescue us?" "Because they want us dead," said Hassad, jabbing a finger at her. "So long as you die in an explosion, that suits them fine. They just don't want to be seen to be giving in to any of our demands." Katie shook her head. "They'd get me out if they could." "Collinson wants me dead," said Porter. But he's—" "Your boyfriend?" said Porter. "I know. The trouble is, he's also a coward and a fraud. He's terrified that I'll find out from Hassad here the truth about what happened on a mission 17 years ago. And unfortunately for him, I already have. He'd rather we both died than let us come back alive." He told me that—" The words trailed off on Katie's lips, but the shock on her face was evident. "He loved you?" said Porter. "Maybe the bastard did, but he was lying about that along with everything else. Take it up with the agony art when you get home." Porter grinned. "My boyfriend fired a bunker-busting missile at me. Do you think that means he isn't committed to a long-term relationship?" Porter looked back at Hassad. "I reckon you're right," he said. "Collinson's got control of the whole op, and he fired that missile into the mine to try and kill us. It's a result for them if we get killed that way and the execution doesn't get shown on live TV. They can just say it was an accident. Then he realised we'd escaped, so he sent his boys from Connaught in to quietly finish us off." "The issue is," said Hassad, "how do they always know where you are?" "What do you mean?" "They knew you were in the mine, and they knew you were in the safe house." "How did they know that? How did they even know you'd escaped from the mine?" Porter shrugged. He wondered that himself. The trouble was, he had no idea of the answer. "They must have a tracking device," said Hassad. "I'm not a bloody idiot," Porter snapped. "I checked myself, and you checked. There's nothing. Maybe there's something planted on you." Hassad shook his head. "It's you they're following." "Then maybe a satellite." "There's no satellite that can look into a mine," said Hassad. "Before they sent you out here, did they do any dental work on you?" Porter paused. "They fixed up my teeth," he admitted. "A crown? Implants?" Porter nodded. "Then get in the chair." Porter sat down. Hassad muttered something to the woman in Arabic. She leant forward, switching on a torch so she could have a better look at Porter's mouth. "Open wide," said Hassad, tapping his shoulder. Porter felt certain he could detect a hint of pleasure in the man's voice. "Is she a dentist?" he asked, glancing back at Hassad. "In a tiny village like this, you have to be a bit of everything," Hassad replied. "Don't worry, yours aren't the first teeth she's examined." He could feel a spatula pressing down his tongue, the cold steel pressing into his flesh, and then winced slightly as she started tapping on his teeth. Her breath was warm on his skin as she worked. A mixture of goat's milk and stewed fruits filled the air around him. Next, she started prodding them with a scalpel, nicking his gums in the process. She paused, looking up at Hassad, talking quickly in Arabic. "Two of the crowns feel odd to her," said Hassad quietly. "Meaning?" "There may be some kind of tracking device inside them." "In a tooth?" Hassad nodded. "I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it done." He shook his head, in sorrow as much as anger. "Usually you can't put a tracker inside a tooth because the tooth blocks out the signal, but if you use a mostly hollow crown, then it's possible, although the signal is never great." "What can we do?" "Pull it out and take a look, of course." Porter looked at the old woman suspiciously. "Can she do that?" "If there's a tracker, the guys from Connaught are going to find us any time soon, and they'll almost certainly finish us off before we get to the border." He said something to the old woman, then looked back at Porter. "You're not scared, are you?" His deformed lips twisted up into a mocking smile. "I don't suppose there's any chance of an anesthetic, is there?" Hassad rolled his eyes. "How about a shot of vodka, then?" "Just do it," said Hassad to the old woman. "Open your mouth and shut up. Every minute we waste, you may be transmitting signals back that tell Collinson exactly where we are. For all we know, they are preparing their assault right now." "Then get on with it." Porter gripped the sides of the chair. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth. He could smell the stewed fruit washing over him as the old woman leant into his face. She said something to Hassad, and he replied, but Porter couldn't make out a single word. She tapped one tooth and another with a scalpel. Two of the teeth that had been replaced for him back at the firm's headquarters. Porter could feel a clamp being placed inside his mouth to hold it open, then a wrench being screwed onto one of his teeth. Hassad knelt down, pressing a strip of leather into Porter's hand. "Here, pull on this," he said quietly. "Don't yell," he told himself grimly. The woman yanked at the wrench. Porter could feel a bolt of pain jabbing right through him as the nerves attaching the tooth to the jaw screamed out in agony. It was like having a needle threaded straight into your veins. There was a crunching sound, then the scratching of metal against bone. Porter gripped hold of the strip of leather, twisting it into his hand, trying to keep the pain under control. Another yank. A fresh wave of pain swept through every nerve in Porter's body. "Christ," he muttered, making sure he kept his mouth open and the word to himself. He could feel the sweat dripping off his brow. The woman said something to Hassad. Porter opened his eyes. He could tell the wrench was still clamped to his tooth. Hassad was leaning into the wrench, a grimace on his face. Porter steeled himself, shut his eyes tight, and gripped hard on the sides of the chair. He could feel the force of the wrench smashing into his gums. Then, a snapping sound. A searing pain ran up through his mouth, colliding inside his head. He opened his eyes. He could feel some blood hitting the back of his throat and washing across his tongue. The side of his mouth was numb from the impact. In front of him, Hassad was holding the tooth inside the wrench, showing it to the old woman. There was still some blood dripping from the stem. "It's clean," said Hassad with a shrug. "Maybe it's the other one." "Christ!" As he spoke, some blood and fragments of broken tooth spat clean from his mouth. Hassad nodded towards the old woman. "I wouldn't take the name of any of the prophets in vain in here," he said, casually. "She's very devout, and Muslims revere Jesus as well as Muhammad. Make her angry, and she might not be so gentle with you." Porter closed his eyes. The pain was stinging through his jaw, but he knew there was no choice. There has to be some explanation for how they found out where I was, and I can't think of a better one. If we don't pull the tooth, Collinson's going to have his men onto us any moment, and then I'll never get a chance to kill the bastard. "Then do it!" He could feel the tapping of the scalpel, then the cold, hard steel of the wrench clamping onto his tooth. This time it was on the right side of his mouth. The woman moved away, and as he briefly opened his eyes, Porter could see Hassad gripping hold of the wrench with his muscular fists. Even with the wound in his shoulder, he was a strong guy. Porter gripped onto the strip of leather. He twisted hard on it, pulling it between both hands. Closing his eyes again, he could feel a stuttering series of jabbing pains as Hassad started to put pressure on the tooth. There was a nasty, crunching sound inside, and he could feel more blood trickling into the back of his throat, where the wrench was nicking against the side of his gums. "One more heave," Hassad muttered. He slammed his fist down hard. Porter's head snapped sideways. The force of the blow was ripping into his neck muscles, making it impossible for him to hold himself steady. The pain was searing through him now, making his eyes water and his head spin. It was like having a jackhammer drill into the side of your jaw. "Hold his head," Hassad growled to the old woman. Her medical training had equipped her with enough English to follow the command. Porter felt her hands clamping around the side of his head, gripping him tight, while her frail body pushed into him, providing a countervailing force to the wrench. Hassad immediately leant into a fresh blow. The tooth creaked. Porter summoned up one more ounce of resistance, trying to bring the pain under control. If this doesn't work, maybe they should just toss me aside. Let Katie get to the border by herself. Collinson's men can catch up with me, and I'll just have to deal with them as best I can. Suddenly, there was a sound like a floorboard cracking open. Porter's eyes shot open. He could see Hassad rocking backwards, the wrench still in his hand, blood dripping from the small lump of white tooth at its tip. The old woman was handing Porter a glass of water. He took it from her, but his hands were shaking so badly he was hardly able to hold the thing, and spilt much of it down the front of his shirt. A terrible pain was throbbing through his jaw. He swilled the water back, rinsing out his mouth, and spitting out the blood and tooth debris into the bin at the side of the chair. Next, she handed him 6 white pills. Porter took them in his shaking hand and swallowed them methodically. Painkillers? Or cyanide? He wondered to himself as the tablets sunk down the back of his throat. Let's hope it's the latter. That's the only thing that's going to make this pain go away. "They put that one in with concrete," said Hassad, holding the tooth in front of Porter. "I guess they didn't want to take any chances of it falling out if you got into a fight." "You found something?" Tears were still streaming down Porter's face, and he was finding it difficult to speak. Hassad nodded, pointing to the underside of the tooth. Porter's vision was still fuzzy, and the pain ripping through his head was making it hard for him to concentrate. The painkillers were still a long way from kicking in, but he could see a sliver of dark matter on the underside of the tooth. "Silicon," said Hassad, "a micro-tracking device sending out a signal that can be picked up by a satellite." "Bastards," Porter muttered. "They promised me I was going in clean." He could feel the anger burning inside him. He'd walked into the firm voluntarily. He'd put himself into the line of fire for them because he wanted to get Katie out, And this was how they repaid him, by putting a tracking device into his tooth and then trying to kill both of them, and just so they could save face. Hassad chuckled. "Never trust the British government," he said. "That's a lesson we learnt out in this part of the world a long time ago." Chapter 26. The truck had Jordanian number plates, and it looked empty. That means it is on the way home, Porter decided. Completely the opposite direction to us. He checked that the driver was still in the cafe next to the shop, then knelt down, pulling out a piece of chewing gum he'd found in the Fiat and carefully sticking the tooth to the underside of the lorry. "That'll take care of them," he said, glancing back at Hassad. "Collinson's boys will spend half the day searching for this vehicle, and when they catch up with it, they'll just have a Jordanian truckie and a bunch of empty crates." They climbed back into the Fiat. Hassad had taken the wheel, explaining that he knew the roads better and was less likely to attract attention from other drivers. As they left the old woman's house, they had borrowed a burqa for Katie. It covered up her face effectively, and it made sure no one would recognise her as they drove towards the border. It was close to mid-afternoon. After an hour's drive, Hassad had suggested they stop for some food and wait for darkness. They were 50 miles from the Israeli border by now, and Hassad was convinced they needed to plan their breakout. The strip of land between Lebanon and Israel was used by Hezbollah to launch its rocket attacks on its neighbour. The territory was swarming with fighters, making it one of the most heavily militarised places on Earth. "Where's the best place to get through?" asked Porter. While they were still in the van, Hassad pointed to the map the driver kept on the front seat. "Here," he said. Porter glanced down. "Beit Yahun." Meant nothing to him. "Never heard of the place," he said. "It's a border village, and one of the main crossing points between Lebanon and Israel," said Hassad. "There used to be about 10,000 people living there, but the place has been shelled to bits over the years. There are about 1,000 people there now, and most of them are soldiers." "Can't we sneak through somewhere a bit quieter?" Hassad laughed, but his expression quickly turned serious again. "Quiet? On the Israel-Lebanon border?" He shook his head. "There is no such place. Every inch is heavily fortified, and if the soldiers see you, they shoot you on sight. That goes for the Israelis as well. They see us coming through the wire, they'll open up their machine guns and worry about who the hell we are later on. And you think this Beit Yahun place is safer? There's a demilitarized zone of about a mile, a bit like the no-man's land that used to exist between the Berlin Wall and the West. There isn't much trade or traffic that goes between Israel and Lebanon, but what there is mostly goes through there. Get into the no-man's land, and we should be able to walk through to Israel without being shot." Porter glanced around. "And let's go," he said. "Not yet," said Hassad. Porter checked the time. It was just after 4 in the afternoon. The execution was scheduled for 8, and he'd have wanted to get Katie out of this hellhole long before then. "When?" he snapped. "We have another 50 miles to travel, and the roads aren't great," said Hassad. "Plus, there are roadblocks to get through. It will take us about 6 hours. We stay here about 2 more hours and travel when it's starting to get dark. It's safer that way." The time passed slowly. They stayed in the van. Porter managed to buy some more painkillers and swallowed most of the packet. They would make him feel drowsy and slow his reaction times if they came under attack, but it was better than the terrible pains that were still throbbing through his jaw and up into his head. Porter tried to nap. Sleep was impossible, however. He was too wired up. Another few hours, he told himself. Then I can get Katie out of here, deal with that fucker Collinson, and start getting on with the rest of my life. As soon as we get back to Britain, I'll reveal that man's treachery to everyone. And maybe even see Sandy again. By 6, it was getting dark outside. Hassad judged it was safe for them to start moving again. After buying some bottles of water and some food from the cafe, they loaded themselves back into the Fiat van. Hassad took the wheel, while Katie sat between them, her face completely covered by the burqa. Porter had tucked the AK-47 underneath his feet, but he made sure the mag was full again, and that he could reach it within a couple of seconds. They could have used the ammo that had been destroyed back at the safe house, Porter thought bitterly, and another couple of guns, if it hadn't all been blown up by Collinson's men. The first hour passed without incident. The road was long and straight, and there wasn't much traffic around. The weather was clear enough. It was turning cold, and there was some cloud spitting across the night sky, but the half-moon would occasionally break through. It's always the same, thought Porter. The closer you get to the end of the mission, the more you long for home. It was close on 7 in the evening by the time they turned due south. The road they were on snaked along the border and would eventually take them all the way down to the coast. The road was terrible. The surface of the tarmac was regularly broken up into rubble. For the past couple of years, the Israelis and Hezbollah had been shelling each other across this narrow strip of land, and the Israeli tanks had rolled through it, decimating everything they encountered. There were a couple of villages along the way, but they had long since been abandoned. Just collections of empty, crushed buildings without even any wild dogs still living in them. After 10 miles, there was a single petrol station, but it only had 2 pumps. The price was double what it was in the rest of the country, and the owner had put up a steel bunker to hide the payment kiosk. Territory doesn't get much more hostile than this, thought Porter, and we're driving straight into it. If anyone stops us, just leave the talking to me, said Hassad. They managed another 10 miles without any trouble. The roads were practically empty. The Fiat slowed down to a crawl. There were so many potholes in the road it was impossible to take the van much above 10 or 15 miles an hour. A couple of times Porter had to climb out and push when a back wheel dropped into a shell hole. The chickens squawked furiously as he pushed, and Porter suggested ditching them, but Hassad said it would look better if they had some kind of cargo. As they progressed steadily on, Porter could sense that Katie was becoming more and more afraid. She'd been living with death for a week now, but she still hadn't learned how to handle the fear. On the rare occasions a truck or a car passed them in the other direction, he could feel her shaking. She's right on the edge, Porter realised. Much more, and she's going to fall completely to pieces. "Roadblock," said Hassad. His voice was tense and strained. Porter peered into the darkness up ahead of them. He could see a couple of cars pulled across the road. Next to it, there was a brazier with some hot coals in it, where some men were keeping themselves warm. In total, there looked to be about 3 men, all with AK-47s hung over their shoulders. But there could be many more lurking in the background. Hassad slowed the Fiat to a crawl. Between the 2 cars, a long wooden plank had been placed, and beneath that there was a net studded with nails. You could try to ram your way through, but the nails would blow out your tyres. You'd be easy meat for the gunman standing right behind you. "Leave this to me," whispered Hassad. A man was leaning into the side of the car. Hassad wound down the window, and they exchanged a few terse words in Arabic. Katie was sitting still, her face covered by the burqa, while Porter had wrapped a scarf he'd found on the floor of the van up high around his neck. In the dark, with the weather-beaten appearance his skin had had ever since he'd started sleeping rough, it wasn't hard for him to pass for an Arab. Even so, his hand was under the seat, holding the AK-47. The door opened. The soldier's gun was raised, and he was snapping something at Hassad. But Porter couldn't follow the conversation. Another soldier walked over. An older man, Porter judged, 30 maybe, with a close-cropped black beard and eyes as hard as steel. He tapped the younger man on the shoulder and leant forwards. Porter glanced across. It was clear that he recognised Hassad. They exchanged greetings, but there was no warmth there, Porter noted. More words. Then, suddenly the door slammed shut, and Hassad had fired up the engine. The plank and the net that was slung across the road were removed, and the Fiat was moving on again. Porter remained silent, but inwardly he was breathing a sigh of relief. He took a quick look back. making sure they were a safe distance from the roadblock and that no one was following them. "Do they know Katie's escaped?" he asked. Hassad shook his head. "Not yet, but they might soon. Apparently a lot of communications are down because of the missile strike, and it's going to take a few days to get them back up again. Until then, they won't know that she's out." "That should make things easier for us." "Maybe," said Hassad with a shrug. "Or maybe nobody has spoken to the guys at this roadblock. We don't know about the next one."
"Just so long as we get out of here," said Katie, speaking through her burqa.
"We will," Hassad snapped. "Trust me." They picked up some speed. The road flattened out as they put the roadblock behind them. There were fewer potholes in the tarmac and the landscape looked less damaged. On the left-hand side of the road, they were snaking close to Israel. At some points, it was perhaps only 20 miles to the west of them. Another hour or so to the border point, Hassad told them. It was nearly 9 now. They should hit it at around 10. The Fiat pushed on into the darkness. Nobody was speaking. Porter was scanning the road ahead, keeping a watch out for more Hezbollah patrols. There were miles of empty countryside, broken only by the occasional small village. He saw some vans go by, and a couple of private cars. At one point, he saw a truck full of Hezbollah fighters, their arms bristling with weapons, but they paid no attention to the van. As the countryside rolled by, Porter was thinking, planning. The pain in his mouth was terrible, the jawbone aching in a dozen different places. But he knew he had to concentrate on what happened next. With any luck, in the next couple of hours, they would get across the border into Israel. Could they get in touch with the British embassy in Tel Aviv, or would that just alert Collinson? "Does Sky have a correspondent in Tel Aviv?" he said to Katie.
Of course," she said. "Jamie Breakton. You'll get him at the Tel Aviv bureau. If he's not answering, I can call the Fox News bureau or the Times guy."
"Then we'll ring him just as soon as we get over the border." Katie pushed her burqa aside, and Porter saw her face for the first time in hours. There was still a starved, vacant appearance to her eyes, but her strength and confidence was steadily recovering. "The sooner we get this story on the air, the better. The reason is we can't trust the British government, not with that fucker Collinson on the loose," said Porter, shaking his head. "Get Sky News to pick us up rather than the embassy, and we'll be okay. Collinson wants to shoot us, then he'll have to do it live on TV."
"He wouldn't."
"He bloody would," Porter snapped. "He's already tried to kill us twice, me 3 times. The town of Beit Yahun loomed up in the distance. A few lights and some smoke rising in the air were all there was to mark it out from the rest of the desolate landscape. Porter saw the road sign, and then the outskirts of the place itself. The road worsened as they pulled into the first street leading down towards the demilitarized zone. The tarmac was cracked in so many places it might have been better to get out and complete the trip on foot, Porter thought. Along the way, there were the remains of houses, but they had been shelled virtually to oblivion. All that was left were the foundations and the heaps of rubble that had collapsed into them. There were no streetlights working, but about a mile away there were some streaks of neon shooting up into the night sky. "The demilitarized zone runs for about a mile to the west of here," said Hassad. "Get into there, and we'll be okay." "Any checkpoints?" asked Porter. Hassad nodded. The strain was evident in the man's eyes, Porter noted. He was delivering them to the border, just the way he promised, but now he was up against his own people, and you could tell that troubled him. "One, and it's heavily guarded," he replied. "But we got through the last one, so we have to hope for the same again." The suspension on the Fiat was creaking as it ploughed through the potholes in the road. Porter reckoned the machine wouldn't hold out much longer. You needed an off-roader and preferably a jeep for this kind of territory. As they drew closer to the checkpoint, he could see a few men on the streets, but they were all soldiers or militia. Either the civilians had fled, or they were cowering in their houses. "Just keep your faces covered and don't say anything," said Hassad. "I'll take you to the border, then drop you there, and make my own way home." Porter nodded. "Even if I wanted to say something, my mouth hurts too much," he thought. At his side, he could feel Katie shaking. He gripped the side of her arm to provide some reassurance. The fear was getting to her, the same way he had seen it get to Collinson 17 years ago. "Just try and hold yourself together," he whispered. "We'll be out of here soon." The checkpoint was brightly lit. There were 2 big wooden watchtowers reaching 30 feet into the sky, each one with a searchlight flashing onto the ground. Porter glanced up. A machine gun was placed in the centre of each tower, on a pivot so that it could fire in any direction. The road led to a gate. There were 2 sentry posts on either side of it, and beyond that the empty, desolate scrubland of the demilitarized zone. "Cross that," Porter told himself, "and we're safe." "What's your story?" said Porter, glancing across at Hassad. "My story? You've got to give them some reason why you're driving a van into Israel. What is it?" Hassad paused. "Medical supplies," he answered. "I'll tell them we're delivering some blood." "With a couple of dozen chickens in the back?" Hassad laughed. "This is the Lebanon. Everybody trades in chickens on the side." Porter looked ahead. There were 2 soldiers manning the sentry posts and 3 more checking the vehicles moving through. It was just before 10 at night, Porter noted. Not a time when many people were likely to be attempting to get across any border, never mind the boundary between Lebanon and Israel. There was no more dangerous crossing anywhere in the world, he thought. No one would try to get through it unless they had to. Back in Britain, people would be anxiously waiting for news about Katie. They might be starting to suspect something had happened. So far, however, they would have no idea what. 2 vehicles were parked at the side of the road. 1 van and 1 car. The car looked to be empty, and the van's driver was standing outside it smoking a cigarette. No traffic was coming through from the Israeli side. Hassad had pulled the Fiat up, but left the engine idling. One of the soldiers was walking towards them. Porter pulled the scarf up high around his neck and made sure that Katie's burqa was drawn completely across her face. His hand was dropped beneath the seat, cradling the tip of his AK-47. The soldier's eyes flashed through the cabin of the Fiat. He was no more than 25, with a clean-shaven face and close-cropped black hair. But from the neat creases to his uniform, Porter reckoned he was some kind of Rupert, or Mustafa, or whatever the hell they called them out in this place. He was looking closely at Katie, his eyes running over her head and down the length of her body. She was sitting, rock still. How do they feel about lifting a burqa around here? Porter wondered. In Britain, the border police are too politically correct, but I reckon around here they don't give a toss. If they want to take a look, they will. The soldier snapped a couple of brief commands at Hassad. Hassad tried to smile, then shrugged and muttered a few words in reply. The soldier barked another command. One of his colleagues walked over from the gate and stood right behind. His finger, Porter noticed, was twitching on the trigger of his AK-47. No more than a teenager. Trigger-happy didn't even begin to capture the look on his face. Trigger bloody ecstatic, Porter told himself grimly. He gripped harder on the tip of his own assault weapon. Every muscle in his body was poised for action. Another series of barked commands. Hassad was arguing, his face turning red. Then, suddenly he smiled. He turned to look at Porter. "They're letting us through," he said. "You're out of here." Chapter 27. Hassad slammed the door of the van shut behind him. Porter watched as the man walked slowly back into the Lebanon. He wasn't so bad, Porter thought. He did what he said he was going to do, and you couldn't ask for more from a guy than that. Shifting across to the driver's seat, he grabbed hold of the wheel and tapped his foot on the accelerator. Up ahead, the gates were starting to swing open. The road stretched into the demilitarized zone, and there was one more set of Hezbollah guards on the other side, but they had already been cleared, and Porter wasn't expecting any trouble from them. "We've made it," he said, looking at Katie. "We're back." He could see the relief flooding through her. "Thank Christ for that." Porter drove slowly. It was a mile across the demilitarized zone, and then they would have to get through the Israeli border controls as well. Driving too quickly would only make the guards suspicious, Porter warned himself. Better to take it gradually. The Fiat slid through the gates, which shut quickly behind them. Just ahead, about 200 metres in the distance, Porter could see a guard flagging them down. The man was 6 feet tall, wearing a Hezbollah uniform with some kind of scarf covering his face. He was holding an AK-47 in his arms and motioning for the van to pull over. "Shit," Porter muttered. "What does he want?" Katie asked anxiously. "How the hell should I know?" Looking ahead, Porter wondered whether he should jam his foot on the accelerator and make a dash for the Israeli border. He could see the one guard flagging them down and 2 more men standing behind him. To the side, there was a small hut that seemed to be serving as a sentry post, but could be hiding more men. The Fiat wasn't in bad shape, but it was still only a van, and there wasn't much acceleration in the engine. The chances of getting away were minimal. "Maybe they only want some paperwork," said Porter. He slowed down, pulling the Fiat to a stop at the side of the road. The tall soldier was walking towards him, his pace deliberately slow. "Act casual," thought Porter. "Don't try and pretend to be an Arab. You'll never fool them. Just tell them you need to get to the other side, fast." The man was standing right next to the van now. The 2 other soldiers were standing astride the road, their faces also masked but with their guns gripped to their chests. In the blink of an eye, they could shatter the van with bullets, Porter realised. There's no escape. He wound down the window. "Good to see you again, Mr. Porter," said Peregrine Collinson. "For a while there we thought we'd never bloody find you." Porter froze. The words had sliced straight through him like a dagger cutting through his skin. "Now I suggest you and your lady friend step out of the vehicle and walk across to the hut with me," he said. Porter remained silent. He could feel the blood pumping through his veins, red with fury. The AK-47 was still positioned next to his feet. Its mag was full. There were more than enough bullets in there to finish Collinson and his 2 men. Tempting, he told himself. But there was not enough time to get the gun out and slam the trigger. They'd have shot him to pieces before he even got his hands on it. It was just suicide. "Come on, man," Collinson growled. "We haven't got all night." "John, Katie started. "Do as he says," Porter snapped. He pushed open the door of the van, stepping down onto the tarmac. It was completely dark now, and there was a bite in the air. As he looked back, he could see they were firmly on the neutral side of the border. The gates had been shut behind them, and the Hezbollah soldiers had already gone back to their positions. Collinson must have come down to this position and overwhelmed the Hezbollah guards in this hut, so that he could catch us after we came through the Lebanese border, but before we reached Israel, he thought. He means to kill me. There can't be any doubt about that. Katie was now standing next to Porter. She was looking at Collinson, but there was no warmth in her expression. Her hands were shaking, and her skin was pale. "This way," said Collinson, pointing his AK-47 towards the hut. Porter started to walk. It was 10 metres across the empty ground from where he'd pulled up the van to the hut. It was a small, one-room structure made out of concrete and corrugated iron. There was one glass window looking out onto the road that led through the demilitarized zone. It was the kind of hut that was familiar to border guards right around the world. Porter could see the 2 soldiers from the road take up positions behind him, walking 5 paces to his rear, their guns pointing straight at his back. More men from Connaught Security, he reckoned, and they won't hesitate to fill my back with lead if they need to. Collinson had already opened the door and was pointing them inside. Porter stepped through. There was a coal brazier in one corner filling the small room with a cosy warmth. A kettle and some cups were stacked up on a table next to the fire, and there was a bucket with some water in it. Otherwise, the room was empty. With a slow movement of his hand, Collinson shut the door. Porter and Katie were standing next to the wall. Collinson was standing next to the door, and the 2 soldiers were standing by the window. "You come with me, young lady," said Collinson, gesturing towards Katy. "We'll make sure you get safely home." His voice was smug and self-satisfied, a mocking tone with a note of vindictiveness threaded through it. Only a single word was rattling through Porter's mind. Bastard! Collinson's eyes rested for a second on Porter's face. "And this bugger can die right here." "Just so you can take the credit like you did last time, you bloody coward," said Porter. Collinson took a pace forward. His two soldiers were standing rigidly to attention, both their guns pointing straight at Porter. "You know about that, do you?" he said. "I know exactly what happened," Porter snarled. "Steve, Mike and Keith died because of you, and you let me take the fall for it." He could see the edge of Collinson's lip twitching. "I might be a coward, but at least I'm not a bloody loser," he said, his voice sombre. "And I'm not scared of killing a man in cold blood, either." Slowly and deliberately, Collinson took from his belt a Beretta 9000S compact handgun, the first lightweight polymer gun the company had ever made, with 12 rounds stored in its clip. He motioned to Katy to come towards him. "How the hell did you know we were here?" Porter snapped. Collinson smiled. "It was a nice trick sending your tooth to Jordan," he said. "But once we reached it, we knew you'd found that tracking device. That meant you were coming here. It's the only place to get across the border. The Israelis let us come through, and we took out the men on this side of the gate. So long as we checked every vehicle coming through, and there aren't many of them at this time of night, we knew we'd find you eventually." "Just like you got the Israelis to drop a bunker-busting missile into the mine," said Porter, "to kill us both." "Quite so," said Collinson curtly. "You've figured everything out. Just a shame it's a bit late in the day for you." He looked back at Katy. "Now, come here and we'll get you home. There's a camera crew that can be got ready to record the moment when I rescued you." She was still standing next to Porter. She glanced into his eyes, but Porter already knew there was nothing she could read there. They had been emptied of all emotion. Slowly and painfully she started to move away from him, hobbling across the 10 feet that separated the two men. With his left hand, Collinson reached out to grab hold of her arm, pulling her towards him. He looked back to Porter, a twisted smile on his lips and a smirk in his eye. Then he raised his Beretta. "To quote Sir Winston, the armies must cast away the idea of resisting behind concrete lines or natural obstacles, and must realize that mastery can only be regained by furious and unrelenting assault," he said. "And this spirit must not only animate the High Command, but must inspire every fighting man." He looked straight into Porter's eyes and chuckled. "And indeed, that spirit animates me today." "I don't mind dying if I have to," thought Porter, "but I don't think I can listen to this tosser much more." He could see Collinson's finger hovering on the trigger, and he could see into the man's eyes and tell that he meant to kill him. There was a movement, somewhere behind the window. Suddenly, the rattle of a machine gun filled the air. The window had shattered, and a lethal storm of bullets had ripped through the hut, slicing into the backs of the two men standing guard. They had both tried to respond, their fingers reaching for the triggers of their guns, but the ordnance had already smashed up their spinal cord so badly they were no longer able to control their muscles. They had collapsed on their faces, their weapons sprawling out on the floor in front of them. Porter threw himself to the ground, narrowly missing the bullets that were starting to slam into the wall behind him. He could feel the used rounds falling onto his body as they pinged off the wall. As he dropped to the ground, he caught sight of the man standing behind the window. Hassad. His AK-47 gripped to his fists. He was spraying round after round of bullets through the window and into the bodies of the men who had taken them captive. Porter reached forward, grabbing hold of one of the guns that had spilt out onto the floor. He rolled away so that his back was against the wall, then flashed the gun up and lashed his finger onto the trigger. It was pointing straight at Collinson. Outside, the firing had stopped. Hassad must have realized he'd already killed the two men, Porter guessed. To get any more, he'd have to come inside. He doesn't need to bother, Porter told himself grimly. That's my job. As he looked up, He could see that Collinson had shaken Katie free. She was standing next to him, tears of terror and exhaustion streaming down her face. In his right hand, Collinson was still holding the Beretta. Porter gripped the AK-47 tighter in his hands, and although he hadn't had time to line up a shot, that probably didn't matter. Pressed the trigger, and he should be able to pump out enough bullets to bring the man down. "Drop it!" Collinson spat, "and I'll let you go back to the ragheads." Porter stood up. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. Katie's eyes were darting from one man to the other. She was standing 6 inches to Collinson's left, close enough to be a threat, Porter judged, but not close enough to stop the bastard from shooting me. "Go back to the ragheads, man," Collinson sneered. "They can fix you up with a bottle of vodka and a nice archway to kip down in." Outside, Porter could hear Hassad moving towards the door, but it was still too dangerous for him to come inside. There was no sign the guards back on the Lebanese side of the border were going to intervene. Maybe they hadn't heard the gunfire, or else they didn't want to move into the demilitarized zone. There were only 2 men who were going to sort out this fight, Porter told himself, and they are both in this hut. "I'll give you one more warning," said Collinson. Porter held the gun steady. He was pointing it straight at Collinson's stomach and groin. When he fired, he didn't much care anymore if Collinson shot him back. He just wanted to rip out the man's guts and his balls before he went down. "Take your shot," Porter snapped. He could see beads of sweat starting to pour from the man's brow. His hand was trembling, the same way he'd started trembling back in Beirut 17 years ago. "We'll see who the coward is now," said Porter. "Take the fucking shot!" Collinson remained motionless. "You're fucking afraid, aren't you? Just like you were all those years ago," Porter snarled, "except this time you're not going to have me to blame." The hand was shaking perceptibly now. Porter held steady, the sights of the AK-47 lined up straight. A shot. Porter could see the recoil on the Beretta as the gun kicked back. He could feel a bullet winging his shoulder, taking out a chunk of flesh and biting off a piece of bone. His feet remained rooted to the ground. He swallowed hard, ignoring the pain raging through him. He could see Katie jumping out of the way. He squeezed the trigger on the AK-47. The bullets flew out of the barrel of the assault rifle. One smashed into Collinson's guts, spilling blood and intestines onto the ground. Another clipped his groin, taking at least one ball with it as it chewed its way through his body. Collinson fell back onto the floor. He was clutching his stomach, trying to hold his intestines in place, but his hands were drenched with his own blood. He was screaming for his mother. Porter kept the AK-47 tight in his hand and walked the few paces of empty ground that separated him from the dying man. He looked down. Collinson was writhing in agony. Porter put his boot down on his chest to hold him still. Then he looked into his eyes. They were pale and watery as the life slowly drained out of him, but the man was still conscious. Porter smiled. "I've got a quote from Winston bloody Churchill you might enjoy," he said. "When you have to kill a man, it costs nothing to be polite." He pressed the barrel of the rifle into the soft flesh at the side of Collinson's neck. "So, good night, sir, and sweet fucking dreams." Porter squeezed the trigger once, then twice, then 3 times. He tossed the gun aside. The mag was empty, and it was no more use to him now. The bullets had smashed through the man's neck, effectively decapitating him. His head was lying to one side, the last of his blood draining away into the cracks in the wooden floorboards of the hut. "It's over," he thought to himself. "At last." Porter grasped hold of Katie. She was shaking with fear, but she was still standing. There was a nasty flesh wound to his shoulder where Collinson's bullet had hit him, but he strapped that up with a strip of his sweatshirt to staunch the bleeding, and he knew that a decent bandage was all he needed to sort himself out. "Let's get the hell out of here," he said. Hassad had already pushed his way through the door. He looked at the 3 corpses, then across at Porter. "You okay?" Porter nodded, permitting himself a brief, tense smile. "How did you know we were in trouble?" "I could see the van had been stopped," said Hassad. That shouldn't have happened. This is just an observation post, strictly neutral. The guards here shouldn't stop anyone. So when I saw you'd been pulled up, I knew something was wrong. They were outside now, helping a weak and frightened Katie to walk towards the van. Porter opened the door and helped her into the passenger seat. Looking around, he clasped Hassad on the shoulder. "We're quits," he said. Hassad nodded. "Good luck," he said. "I'll need it." "And don't come back to the Lebanon," he said crisply. "The amount of trouble you cause." Porter laughed. He climbed into the driver's seat and fired up the engine, not even looking back as Hassad turned and started walking back to the border. He kicked on the accelerator and pulled the Fiat back onto the road. It was less than a mile now to the Israeli border, and they could cover that in minutes. He increased his speed, anxious not to waste any time. The sooner we're out of here, the better. "We made it," he said, glancing towards Katie. "We'll be eating hot buttered toast at the Tel Aviv Hilton tomorrow morning." "And, you know what," said Katie, wiping the tears out of her eyes. "It's not even midnight local time. If we could just make it to a newsroom, we could definitely make the second edition of the Sunday papers." Epilogue. Vauxhall, London, Wednesday, 20th of December 2006. As he walked back from the gents, Porter glanced only briefly at the sparkling lights from the Christmas tree in the foyer of the Vauxhall Travel Inn. Some seasonal music was playing in the background, and outside he could see the beginnings of a hard frost starting to bite on the open ground. "Doesn't matter," Porter told himself with a smile of satisfaction. "I'm not sleeping out there. Not tonight. Not any night." He looked up at the bar. A friendly-looking blonde was polishing some glasses, and a couple of business guys were settling into the second or third pint of the evening. In the fold of his pocket, Porter could feel a crisp roll of £20 notes. Bar, he thought to himself, plus money. For most of the last 2 decades there had been no doubt about what those two equalled. A bender. Nah, he told himself. Just leave it. You know where that road goes. Sandy was waiting for him at the table. She looked like $1 million, he thought proudly. It's good to have the chance to get to know her properly. He sat back down, poured some more non-alcoholic grape juice, and tucked into the pudding they'd ordered. Porter wasn't quite sure why he'd chosen the Travel Inn for a pre-Christmas dinner. Christ, it's hardly the best food in London, he thought. And he knew better than most people that the guys in the kitchen all hated the bloke running the place. Still, there was something satisfying about spending an evening on this side of the rope, rather than the other. It was another way of closing the books on his past life, and another way of reminding himself that he had started again. "How's work?" said Sandy. Porter shrugged. "It's good. I'm lucky to have it." For the last week, he'd been working as a driver for Sky TV, ferrying their studio guests to the West London headquarters. After coming out of the Lebanon with Katie, he told her that he didn't want any publicity. Just tell them an SAS guy came in and got you out, and that he didn't want his name or face to be revealed since it might jeopardize future operations. She stuck to that end of the bargain, as he knew she would. It sounded more exciting when she told and retold the story on air anyway. The firm had ferried them both back to London, and they'd spent a couple of days in debriefing. They said they hadn't known about Collinson slipping the tracking device into his tooth. Porter wasn't sure if he believed them, but there was no point in arguing about it now. The official line was that Collinson had been killed in a separate Hezbollah attack while looking for Katie. Sir Angus had been effusively grateful for bringing Katie back and offered to find Porter a job in the organisation, but he turned him down. There was no way he wanted to go through that again, he told them. He just wanted to do something simple, earn a few quid, and stay sober. He mentioned it to Katie during one of their debriefs, and she fixed him up with a driving job at Sky. It suited him just fine. He'd found a small flat in Stockwell. He had the Sky Mercedes to get around in, and that was all he needed. "You get all sorts of people in the back of the car," he said. "Celebrities?" asked Sandy. Porter shrugged. "I probably wouldn't recognise them even if they were." "Let me buy you something, Dad, she said, for Christmas. Porter laughed. He'd made sure the £250,000 was paid into their joint account, and then he'd taken his own name off it. He didn't want the money, and he wasn't sure he'd trust himself even if he had it. There was a lot of vodka you could buy with that kind of wedge. Sandy had her place at UCL starting next September and was planning a trip to Africa with one of her girlfriends during the summer holiday. She could use some of the money for that, use some to pay her tuition fees, then maybe use the rest to buy herself somewhere to live while she was at college. He'd started looking at some places for her, maybe something that needed restoration. He could work on it when he wasn't driving the car for Sky. Just seeing you is enough, he said, and knowing that you're doing well. I'll make it a surprise then, said Sandy. Porter laughed. I've had enough of those for a while, thanks. Porter glanced up at the waitress delivering the bill. Another Czech girl. He didn't recognise her. But then they turned over very fast in this place. Most of them didn't stick it for more than a couple of weeks, and this one will probably be gone after Christmas as well. Who's washing up tonight? Porter asked. Excuse me, she said. I don't understand. Porter put down the money for the bill, then peeled off another couple of 20s from the roll in his pocket. Tell the guy he's doing a great job and give him this. The girl nodded, looked at him as if he was mad, then walked away. Porter collected his coat, helped Sandy with hers, and together they stepped outside into the cold night. They walked for a while along the Thames, towards where Porter had parked the Mercedes. A wind was whipping across the river, blowing hard into their faces, and Porter pulled the collar up around his coat, protecting his skin. His shoulder had mostly healed now, and he'd had a couple of new teeth fitted where he'd lost them. But he knew he'd still had to take things easy. It would be several months before he was completely better. Taking another 20 from his pocket, Porter paused to give it to a man lying on the ground close to Vauxhall Bridge. He had a rough, beaten-looking face, and he smelled of beer and blood. Give the money now, thought Porter, because in a few months' time you'll probably have forgotten all about them. You'll walk straight past them as if they weren't even there, just like everyone else. Thanks, mate. Merry Christmas. And you too, said Porter. He clicked the car keys, and the doors on the Mercedes lit up as the lock sprang open. He opened the door for Sandy to climb inside. He'd run her up to St Pancras and get her on the last train to Nottingham before going home to get some kip. Next time we have dinner, maybe I can get Mum to come along, said Sandy, or perhaps you could come up on Boxing Day or something. Porter laughed, climbing into the driver's seat and snapping the seatbelt into its lock. I don't mind taking on the bloody Hezbollah, he said, but I don't know if I'm brave enough to face your mother again. Porter glanced across the station forecourt. Last time he'd stepped across it, someone had tried to run him down. Now he knew it must have been one of Collinson's men. The bastard had known exactly where he was going and wanted to stop him ever getting out to the Lebanon and finding out about what happened all those years ago. He checked the cars. There were no drivers sitting anxiously at their wheels. Collinson is dead, Porter reminded himself. That's all finished with now. He opened the doors on the Mercedes, fired up the engine and pulled the car gently out into the road. It was just after 9, and he was done for the day. All he wanted to do was catch some sleep. Did she buy that story about you just being a driver for Sky? Said Layla. Porter looked round. She was sitting in the back seat, dressed in a crisp black suit and with a pair of dark glasses dropped over her eyes. It's not a story, Porter snapped. She leant forward, and he could smell a trace of perfume on her neck. You work for us, Mr. Porter, she said. The driving job is useful cover. It will make people think you're living a normal life. I'm finished with soldiering, I told you that. We don't pay £250,000 for 1 week's work, she said. What do you think this is? Goldman Sachs? We had a deal, said Porter. And we want to get our money's worth, said Layla. Or would you rather we took it all back and Sandy found out that her daddy wasn't such a big shot after all? Porter paused. The traffic lights had switched to green, but he didn't feel like putting the gear back into drive. Behind him, someone was starting to hoot. What is it you want? He said finally. "There's someone else we want you to get in touch with for us," said Layla. "Another man you came across during your time in the regiment." "Who?" "An Irishman. From the bad old days."
The end. You've been listening to Strike Back, written by Chris Ryan, narrated by Colin Mace. This work is copyrighted 2007 by Chris Ryan. If you've enjoyed this recording and would like to receive information on the latest audiobooks, please contact us at the address on the cover. We will be pleased to send you a catalogue of available titles.